enough. Oh. It is not good enough. He is. I'm coming. And he has another title that has been causing problem here. He is Ochendo One Buruburu. That is worldwide because we have another Ochendo. And I know he's his senior, so I'm adding Buruburu. If you're an Igbo, you know. If you don't know, leave it. So he's Ochendo Buruburu, Ochendo worldwide. He's with us. Please give him another round of applause. So, and we equally have a guest speaker. He's going to be presenting his paper virtually. He is Mr. Peter Bolton King. When it's time for him to give his lecture, he will be projected. So he's going to be with us. In absence of that, you can say clap for him. So when he comes, you'll say, okay. We have a keynote speaker. He's been here, he came early, and we are glad to have him in our midst. He is Mr. Obong Essien. He's a renowned speaker. Mr. Essien. Oh, he stepped out. Okay, thank you very much. Then we have in our midst as well the members of the management committee. We have our own able honorary national secretary, S.A. Surveyor and Valuer, Monday Ahiwe. Monday. Okay, is here. We have the honorary treasurer, national treasurer, my own dear sister, S.A. Surveyor and Valuer, Omotala Ahmed Joe. I saw her this morning. Okay, I think she stepped out as well. We have the honorary national publicity secretary, S.A. Surveyor and Valuer, Toyin Aluko. I know he's around here. We recognize as well the Assistant Honorary National Secretary, Estate Surveyor and Valuer, Professor Olurotimi Kemiki. Prof was there yesterday, and the lady who gave us the lecture said he's well managed or maintained. Prof is a maintained man. If you see him, you will know. That was what they said yesterday. We have the Assistant Honorary National Treasurer, Estate Surveyor and Valuer, Olabade Abiodun Aziz. We equally have in our midst the Assistant Honorary National Publicity Secretary, Estate Surveyor and Valuer, Richard Monday Olodu. Ladies and gentlemen, for this great occasion, we have a very distinguished noble colleague who will be taking the charge. He's no other person than our own very own Estate Surveyor and Valuer, Osita Okoli. He is a fellow of our great institution. You're welcome, sir. Well done. Clap for him well, oh, he's taking your charge. If you do not clap, I don't know what we do. Thank you so very much. We want to recognize also the presence of all Board of Trustee members, the Board of Trustees here present. You're welcome. We have all the council members, the S officials, and the branch chairmen who are here. We equally have in our midst the members of the board of Niesv, our regulatory body. We have the chairman of the board. He's no other person than our own very dear Estate Surveyor and Valuer, Gesh Henshaw, the peacemaker. MFR, I need to add that. Well done, sir. We have the registrar of the board as well, Estate Surveyor, Barrister Ifeanyi Ozonwanne. He is our registrar. Thank you. We have the deputy registrar. I don't know if she's here, but she's Estate Surveyor and Valuer, Janet Shehu. Then we have the board members as well. Estate Surveyor Obina Rongwa, he's here present, and all the members of the board. We want to recognize in a special way too, the chairman of the Board of Fellows, Ese Surveyor and Valuer Ire Okoli. He is a fellow of our great institution. You're welcome, sir. We recognize all the fellows of our great institution here present. And as the program progresses, we'll be recognizing more people. We equally know we have here representing the CEO of the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit, Steve Mbanefo. Yeah, welcome, sir. Thank you. We have, we want to introduce in a very special way the Board of Trustees Chairman. That's why I said initially there's going to be trouble with the title here. He is no other person than our own very dear Ese Surveyor and Valuer Chief Emeka Honora, the 18th president of our great institution, and he is the Ochendo, one of Ochendo, one. Please, can you give him a response? You see, the two Ochendos that sit side by side. One is Ochendo Buruburu, and the other one is Ochendo, one of Niesv. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to kickstart this great event, and we're going to start with an opening prayer. Oh, okay. So we've just been directed by the president. Okay, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I've just been instructed and directed that we have a musical interlude. So for us to harmonize one or two other things, just a 5 minutes break, enjoy the beautiful music, and we're going to come back. And by the time we are back, we'll kickstart the event. Give yourselves a resounding round of applause. Thank you. All inductees, please sit down. The only VIPs are just the ones going out. Thank you. Everybody, please just sit there.
Girl, I'm biting, yeah. If you got a nigga, don't lie, ain't got the front for me. I'ma give you these digits that you can call. You can hit me on my cell if I'm not home. Are you down to swinging it with me? Or could you be blinded by all this ice you see? I'm willing to give you all this love I got. No relationships involved. Gotta keep it strictly physical. All alone. Waiting just for you. So come back up. Say what? Yeah. Girl, you gotta be the one. Girl, you gotta be the one. Yeah. See, I don't mind. House call if you want it overflow. Girl, whatever you're down for, I'm trying
Diablo, the williest, the silliest. The more I smoke, the smaller the silly gets. Room 112, where the players dwell, and stash more cash than Bert Fidel. Inhale, make you feel good like Tony. Kick up in your middle like Moni. Yeah. She don't know me, but she's setting up the Try to style, sliding off with a homie. Yeah. Escada, dada, player, stay splurging. Game so tight, they call it version.
Where you go? What must I do if I can't live without love? Thinking of you amazes me, baby, like I'm the only one for you. I want, oh yeah, I need you. Why can't we? Oh, oh, baby, I need you. Want you here with me. So
Distinguished Lobo colleagues, thank you and welcome back from that short musical interlude. We shall now go on with our program. But first, let me specially introduce again the chairman of the Board of Trustees, yes, seated, known and well-respected Estate Surveyor and Valuer Chief Emeka Honora, the Ochendu One, the 18th president of our institution. Can we clap for him? We can do better, we can do better. You're welcome, sir. For the opening prayer, we shall all be rising and be taking the second standard of our national anthem. Can we all please rise to our feet as we take the second standard of the national anthem as the opening prayer? The national item. First standard, please. Rise, O compatriot, Nigeria's call obey. With love and strength and faith, the labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and mind, one nation bound, freedom, peace and unity. Thank you very much. Please be seated.
It's time for us to take the opening address by the chairman of this great event, our own dear father, a great father and a blessing to our institution, A well-accomplished fellow, recognized worldwide, honored by our great nation as the author of OFR. And he is a first in every aspect of our great profession. He is the person that brought the fame, the great fame of Knight France to Nigeria. He's a first in several other things that have promoted our noble and great institution and profession as a whole. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give a resounding round of applause as we call on our own chairman of the event, SA Surveyor and Valuer, Chief Dr. S.N. Okeke. He is a fellow of our great institution, well recognized. Ochendo Owaburuburu. Another round of applause, resounding round of applause. Thank you so much.
President of the association, members of the board of the Nigerian Institute of Business Surveyors and Valuers, the long inaugurated and serving practicing surveyors, and the baby surveyors to be inaugurated today. I salute all of you. It gives me much pleasure to be here after a long interval. I don't think I have, well, the last I was with you was, I think it was in Nikon, Hilton, a long time ago. So it's my pleasure to be drafted here by your long bull, the real bull you are. Maybe it's better because if I start offhand, I will digress. Maybe to shorten everything, I read a brief what I have here. After my secondary school education in 1955, did you hear me well? I don't know. I hope this will be the end of the sabotage. So after my secondary school education in 1955, at the Dennis Memorial Grammar School on Onitsha, the first secondary school built in the Eastern Nigeria by the Church Missionary Society, I reluctantly went to the St. Mark's College, Oka, in 1956 to train as a pivotal teacher. This is in obedience to my father's preference that I should be a teacher instead of going back to DMGS to do a 2-year higher school certificate course with possible admission into the then University College of Ibadan, UCI, to do a degree either in chemistry, pharmacy, or medicine. After my 2-year course at Oka, I was posted to teach at Christ Church Central School, one in Enugu, holding the position of the second headmaster at the age of barely 22 years, while the headmaster, one Christopher Kabwe, was well over 50 years. While there, I became very popular with students of Enugu College of Arts and Science, the forerunner of the present branch of UNN, where graduates of estate management are trained. Shortly about 6 months, I was posted to teach at a newly opened Union Secondary School, Okunano, Enugu, a school jointly owned by the Anglican and Methodist churches. It was in the course of my sojourn at Enugu that I had a chance meeting with one David Wright, who was head of estate management at the Unicol, Enugu. It is through him that I heard the name estate management for the first time in my life, because he said he was head of estate management at Unicol. Through him, I had the expression and the name estate management in my life. It was David Wright who impressed on me to change from science orientation to estate management, and subsequently to be one of the pioneer estate management graduates today, as well as being one of the founders of the Nigerian Institution of the Surveyors and Valuers. While in UK, as a student, we made initial efforts to start an all-embracing institution of Nigerian surveyors, similar to the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors of UK. Several meetings were held at various times with undergraduates, estates and land surveyors, etc., both in London and in Nigeria. But it didn't work out well, leading to each going on its separate ways to form their own professional institutions, land surveyors, estate surveyors, etc. A very serious attempt was made to have all of them under one roof, but it didn't work out. The Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers was initially registered and recognized in 1969-70 thanks to the wonderful role played, especially by the indefatigable Hope Harriman, who played his strong connection role in government, especially with the then commissioner, now Minister for Works, Federal Commissioner for Works, in the person of Alhaji Femi Okunu at that time. Alhaji Femi Okunu played a very significant role in getting the institution recognized and registered. I happen to be among the lucky ones to be awarded the federal scholarship to study estate management in 1961 at the University of London. That is 1 year after our independence, 1st October 1960. Again, luck being on my side, I graduated BSc Estate Management, University of London, in a record time of 3 years, a degree that many abandoned after 5 or 6 attempts to do other courses, such as law and auctioneering. It was terrible at that time. At the end of my course, I was engaged by Knight Frank and Rodney with head office at number 20 Hanover Square, West End, London. After a series of very competitive selection tests and interviews, I returned in Nigeria to pioneer the establishment in Lagos of the first ever branch of the firm outside the UK. This was on the 2nd February 1965. Again, I don't know how many of you born as at 1965, February, when this firm was established in Lagos at 47 Marina at the Edelesa building. As at 1965, as at that 1965, 47 Marina, which is the Denstar building. I think it's still, I don't know whether it's still the Denstar building. As at that time, 1965, 47 Marina block was the 2nd or 3rd tallest building in Lagos. 47 Marina. It was an 8, I think it's 7 or 8 floor building. It was the tallest, quite apart from the Independence building at Tafawa Balewa Square. But suddenly, it was the best and most modern office building. And we occupied the 3rd floor of that building. As at 1965, there were just a handful of firms practicing estate management profession, such as Gleave and Fox, which later became Fox and Co. When Mr. Gleaves dropped out from the firm. The firm occupied a complex at that time known as Western House. I don't know whether it is still there. Next was Ekpenyong and Co. And its office was at Wesley House at the Broad Street. Mr. Ekpenyong was the former chief land officer of Eastern Region and was the first Nigerian to graduate with BSc in estate management. He told me it took him 7 years to graduate after A-levels. So he said, he told me so. He formed the firm after retiring from services. There was also a limited liability company doing quasi-professional practice named Ivan and Bonner, or RC Ivan. But the company had a fellow in its practice. That was where your Richard Okafor worked and qualified as a surveyor. That's after his graduate work at university. There was also Harriman & Co. and a company known as Maddox & Co. doing agency side of the practice. That company was branded Quack because there was no qualified estate surveyor with him. He was just a businessman, but was doing very well, leasing out and selling properties in Lagos. I've forgotten the name, but this the company is Maddox & Co. And of course, there were many quacks at that time, including lawyers who lived on buying and selling and leasing of properties. I believe they are still doing so today. As stated above, Knight Frank and Rodley started 2nd February 1965, and it had its pioneers as one Mr. Alan John Shelley as the senior partner, and then one Paul Mitchell, and of course, my humble self as the indigenous pioneer staff. While Shelley was overall in charge of obtaining jobs, Mitchell was in charge of mostly agency work, while I pioneered the professional side of valuation practice and training. I had a training side. I set up a training department at one stage in Knight Frank, because when we started, a company like Knight Frank and Rodley refused to engage any estate surveyor not from UK or Canada. They never they never accepted estate surveyors qualified in University of Nigeria and Soka or Ife, but I insisted. We fought a long battle on it, leading to my setting up. I discussed with Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors, and they granted me a charter to set up a training department in my office so that the graduates will go through this for 3 months and then before they can be engaged. I don't know whether anybody who went through that is here, but I know that one Ben Mokede, what God is it? Ben Mokede? Benora, yes, he was among the first that I engaged. In that department, training department, even people who qualified in other disciplines, such as mathematics, economics, like Charles Adebiyi, I took him in my training department. He graduated in economics at the University of Lagos. I took him, he went through, and then passed through me the examination of a Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors. Subsequent events in Lagos led to my escape to the east, and then opened a branch of Knight Frank in Port Harcourt during the troubled times, 66, etc., 63 to 70, and thereafter. It is interesting that estate surveying institution, which started with just 4 or 5 farms with a handful of staff in the 60s, today has now grown to have several farms, which a number of you are managers, and hundreds of men and women today practicing the profession, including those of you being inaugurated here today. From the booklet you gave me here, or the brochure you gave me here, I can see that the number has risen to about 500 or so. Am I right? About 400 or 500. It's incredible. Well done. My advice is that you have to uphold high standards of ethics of the profession, high integrity, and optimum professionalism. This is the seed we planted at the start of our practice, both in Knight Frank and a few others. And I believe that makes all the difference in the practice of estate surveying: integrity and high professionalism. I wish to congratulate all the new entrants being in the profession, that is those to be inaugurated to you today. And I wish to congratulate all of you who have kept the profession going from state to state. And I wish you, the president, executives, thank you very much indeed.
I think we can do better than that. Can we rise to our feet as we applaud one of the founding fathers of our profession? As you heard him say, we need to uphold high standards and integrity and high professionalism. You may be seated, please, in the practice of estate surveying. And that is what it is. Thank you very much, sir. Estate Surveyor and Valuer Chief Dr. S.N. Okeke, OFRO. Can we clap one more time? As we move on in this program, we need to invite for the opening remark the 25th president of our institution. With a standing ovation, can we welcome our own #1 president? That is the 25th president of our institution that was inaugurated on the 25th day in person of Estate Surveyor and Valuer, Jumbo Amayebo.
Sit down. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. The chairman, and for want of time, because we have an international speaker already waiting, let me stand on already established protocol. I want to thank the chairman at a very short notice. He said, Jumbo, I'll be there. Let's give him another round of applause. I also want to thank the keynote speaker for today's event, Mr. Obong Esen. He's the Dean of Eloquence School, and he's the only certified public speaking expert in West Africa. Certified. I also want to thank Mr. Peter Bolton King, who is online. I met him a few weeks ago when I went with some of our colleagues for training in the famous University College of Estate Management, Reading, United Kingdom. I just had a chat with him. He said, I'm almost retired now, that he will be there with us online. And I'm very happy he's there online, Mr. Peter Bolton King. Thank you so much. Mr. Peter Bolton King was once the chairman of International Committee of RICS on ethics and standards. So he's an authority in that field. And he's currently, I think, the president of all registered agents in the United Kingdom. I also want to thank our own, a man with a very strong character, a very, very hardworking person. I learned so much from him. Yes, I did learn from him. He's our own estate surveyor and valuer, Osita Okoli, a fellow of the institution. Let me say that all of them, I have to rush to take them when we got declined from other people we initially invited. But I want to thank you all. Today is another significant and epoch-making event in the annals of our institution. It is with great delight I welcome you to the year 2022 induction of associates of the Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers. I most heartedly welcome again the chairman, Chief Esen Okeke Ochendo One, as we have learned it some while ago. And to welcome the keynote speaker, the guest speakers, and the man who will be doing the charge today. I also warmly welcome all council members, most especially the chairman of our board of trustees, our own again, Ochendo One, Chief Emeka Onora, And let me also welcome the man who has been working tirelessly for this event, my able first vice president, who has not slept for only God knows how many days now. Estate Surveyor and Valor Victor Alonga. And he gave so much responsibility to my second vice president. I'm aware of that. Estate Surveyor and Valor Ali Batri. You know, the work of the secretary is a very difficult one. And the man, the NG room of this institution, don't look at his age. He's full of wisdom. Let me welcome, especially Estate Surveyor and Valor. Monday, Ahiwe, the HNS, and our central bank. All of us know our central bank. Our CBN governor, Estate Surveyor and Valor, Omotola Ahimoji. Welcome. Let me welcome the man who myself and the first vice has been pushing up and down. He has been running up and down, not resting. The honorary publicity secretary. He has worked so hard. I welcome you to this event. Estate Surveyor and Valor, Victor, Toyin Aluko. And all our assistants here present, I welcome you all. The HNS, Professor Kemiki, the Olabode, AHNT, and Richard Olodu, HMPS. I also want to thank all the trustees here present. I welcome you, council members, fellows, and I welcome you, the new to be inducted inductees. May I also welcome, as I said, all our noble colleagues here present who have invested time and energy mentoring and sharpening the skills of today's inductees. I know our registrar is waiting, and I also want to specially welcome our #1 regulator, our Oga. He is all in this profession. The only man that has occupied as a chairman of the branch. He left there. He also led the institution. He once was also the board of trustee chairman. And today is the chairman of SVABON. And he's MFRO. It's not easy to be recognized by your country. Mauga, thank you so much. Thank you. I know you came with your registrar and the deputy registrar and other members of the board. I also want to welcome the man from NFIU, sorry. You know, all the fellows here, when Chief Okeke came in, I said, sir, this is your chairman of board of fellows. Who is he? Oh, you are my chairman. The chairman board of fellows is here with us. An elder, very respected in the profession. I used to call him my Oga, and he's still my Oga. Estate Surveyor and Valor, Dr. Ire Okole. Thank you so much. I rejoice with all the inductees of today's event. I learned, I think altogether, there are about 548 inductees. Clap for yourself. For attaining this important milestone in their pursuit of professional development, your induction as associate members of this institution today is a product of your determination, resolve, and hard work in the last 2 or more years. I congratulate you for passing the required qualifying professional examinations, for successfully completing 2 years internship, test of professional competence, and for meeting every other requirement for admission into the professional membership of the institution. I also congratulate you for being found fit and worthy, both in character and in learning, to be part of this prestigious grade of membership. Clap for yourselves. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the professional cadre, where you will be exposed the more to the profession and what it offers, with a view to preparing you for professional practice. One of the hallmarks of professionalism, especially in estate surveying and valuation, is training and retraining, especially in today's rapidly changing world. It is required of you to acquaint yourselves with current developments in the industry if you are to remain competent and relevant. You must keep upgrading and expanding your professional prowess through training and retraining. The council has, for this purpose, put in place a platform for mandatory continuing professional development programs, MCPD. One was held yesterday, and I want to appreciate you all because I know all of you were present. Clap for yourselves. I also want to remind you that ensure you participate in all branches CPDs is very, very important. And also get involved with all activities, training of the professional associations, which we used to call the faculties. We have about 14 of them. Please always attend training programs. Full loyalty to the institution is a major part of your obligation. Strict adherence to professional ethics and conduct is also required of you, as your actions and conduct will affect the entire membership, positively or negatively. I urge you to abide by the rules and regulations of the institution as contained in the Constitution and Code of Ethics. You will hear a lot from the man who is here today to charge you. He is an expert in this profession. The document details the standards of conduct that are required of you. I want to urge you all to always conduct yourselves in the most ethical manner befitting of our profession in your daily activities. In addition, be guided in all your dealings by the motto of the institution, which is what? Honesty and devotion. Adherence to the ethics of the profession will save you a lot of troubles and litigations. According to Mario Andre, and I quote, "Desire is the key to motivation, but its determination and commitment to an unrelenting pursuit of your goal." A commitment to excellence that will enable you to attain the success you seek. As your years of hard work, sacrifices, learning, and study are being transformed into an emerging and promising future today, I charge you to commit yourselves to excellence in your pursuit to professional goals and attainments. What lies ahead is far greater than can be imagined. Diverse opportunities will require of you to make sound decisions and informed choices. Commit your heart to optimizing your insight, and foresight for well-grounded decisions that guarantee productivity and sound judgment. Note that you are the symbol of the spirit and aspiration of a continuously evolving profession. Symbol of our collective aspirations to stand tall and conquer. I charge you to be excellent ambassadors of this great institution with an obligation to pursue and actualize the vision of our institution. Aims and objectives inclusive of this noble profession. My sincere desire is to see you excel and make the Nigerian Institution of Ethics, Surveyors, and Valuers proud. Go on in this mindset. Prove your mentor and set the world ablaze to the glory of God as you define the future. I would like to congratulate the institution for producing another set of distinguished leaders who will define the future of our profession and our nation, Nigeria. As a profession, we have made tremendous progress in the areas of professional empowerment through consistent training programs. We have improved our professional standards using several initiatives and developmental efforts. Through the public advocacy, we have been interfacing with the National Assembly on laws affecting our practice areas, reforms of structures and systems. Development of our National Secretariat in Abuja is ongoing. I invite every member of the institution, most particularly the new inductees, to join hands with the leadership of the institution to build on these achievements and keep contributing towards the growth and development of our institution. I want to really appreciate all of you who went to look at that building yesterday. Please clap for yourselves. I'm sure you know the place now and you know the state. And I'm sure you'll be proud of your leaders that we are doing a lot to see that we all are happy with ourselves. Distinguished noble colleagues, one of the areas in which we have remained resolute and uncompromising is in the pursuit of the welfare of our members. I did not, for fun, make members' welfare a key program of this administration. We shall continue to explore creative initiatives and alternatives to achieve this very important goal. God, in his inscrutable wisdom, had placed on my shoulders the mantle of the 25th president of our great institution. With trust in him, I am confident, very, very confident, that we shall together sustain the legacy and raise the bar. I made it a point of duty to reach out to all our members and critical stakeholders in the spirit of effective alignment for the development of our institution. I'm sure some of you are already aware that we're already carrying out, in an attempt to reach you one-on-one, I have come up with town hall meetings with branches. And I have met with so many branches where we discuss one-on-one. You need to ask questions. You need to make contributions. You hear from the president one-on-one. So please, when it gets to your turn, your branch, ensure that you attend those town hall meetings. It's very important so that we can communicate better. And surprise and goodwill, commitment to the teach together, and ready that we are now steadily moving on as a big united Niesv family. I pledge to give my all. I pledge to give my all to the institution during my tenure in office. And thereafter, anything less than that will be insufficient. But I need your hands to enable the vision of our institution become a reality. Noble colleagues, with the 4 cardinal points of my administration, which are research and development, rebranding, capacity building, and welfare of our members. There is no development, there is no doubt in my mind that all this will end in praise. There's no doubt in my mind that all this will end in praise. I sincerely, once again, congratulate my wonderful, hardworking, intelligent, very committed inductees. You are all, clap well for yourself now. You know, some of you worked very, very hard. In fact, all of you worked very, very hard to be where you are today. You all merited this position of new cadre of membership of this great institution. It's a merit. You all merited it. So I want to encourage you to pay attention to the presentation of all the speakers, and most especially, you have heard from the chairman today. One thing you should not fail to take away when he was telling his stories. He said when he was in night rank, someone was in charge of getting the jobs. Another person was in charge of what? Getting another, heading another department. Why he was in charge of valuation and training people to become valuers. What am I saying here? Not when you just leave. Paco and Co, only you. We are encouraging partnership. Come together, learn from each other. There will be division of labor. It's not easy for you to be like Gesh and Co or Osita Okole and Co. If you even hear most of those companies that are doing very well, they're in partnership. Osas and Osage, Knight Frank, Dia Fatima Lane, Jide Taiwo. So please, I want to urge you, you know yourselves, look for those you can, have good relationship with. Form partnership, you will grow well. So, noble colleagues, I want to thank you all and God bless you all. Thank you. Long live Niesv. Long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you and God bless you.
I think that clap is for yourself. If you are clapping for the 25th president, you will do better than that. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the words of encouragement to the newly to be inducted persons. Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you. I want to quickly recognize the presence of Mrs. Ibinabo Mary Amachai, representing the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC. She's an assistant director. Can you please stand for recognition? You're welcome, Ma. We also want to recognize our own Estate Survey and Valuer, Professor Austin Otegbulu, member of the Board of Trustees. You're welcome, sir. Yeah, as we go on, it's time to call on our keynote speaker, a gentleman to the call, in person of Mr. Ubod Essen, a certified speaker, to please come and give us the keynote. You're welcome, sir. Can you clap your hands for him?
Thank you very much. Our chairman for the day, ESV SN OKK OFR. So it's a privilege meeting you, though it was quite brief, but to see that you could still be here with so much of the legacy of the institution to ensure that the ones coming behind with so much of a gap in terms of time can still have a sniff of a sense of the history of this institution. I think that is absolutely remarkable. And why I say this is because 3 days ago, I was having a conversation with the former Minister for Health, Prince Julius Adeluyi. And we were on the phone for about 30 minutes. I wouldn't let him go. And I said, sir, we need to talk more because there's so much embedded in the minds of those who have truly served this country. So we honor your service this afternoon, sir. It's truly an honor and a privilege, sir. I wanted to say my president, but I realized I don't have ESB before my name. So I'll say, Mr. President, my friend, my brother, I want to congratulate you. I see you have been so busy working tirelessly, and I am proud to be associated with your journey. I have seen this, and there will be a lot to talk about. Congratulations, and well done. I also want to acknowledge members of the board of this great institution, and to say that I was actually, I don't know if it was at this event, but 10 years ago, I was at an NIESB event. It was supposed to be Professor Patu Tomi speaking. I think it held at Chelsea Hotel. I don't know if anyone remembers that. I believe it was ESV Alufohai that was president then. I hope I'm correct. Oh, that's quantity surveyors. Oh, my apologies. Sorry. I apologize. So let me just close that aspect of the conversation before I put myself into more trouble. So then let me also acknowledge the inductees. Congratulations to all of you. This is a great day for all of you. Congratulations. It's a good milestone. And may I also say all courtesies duly extended, in case I miss out on anyone. My mission here is very simple. It is to talk about, for me, what is perhaps the single most important commodity in all of our quests. The single most important expectation in all of our dealings, whether we are professionals, in business, in politics, in whatever quests, that after all has been said and done, when the dust settles, the only argument that will stand the test of time is the argument of performance. Mr. President, in the end, you will be judged by your performance. At the time your tenure ends, all of the stories will be forgotten. As Harold Hess Jennings said, the man that built ITT into one of the most massive of conglomerates, he said, words are words. But performance is your only reality. So as professionals, estate surveyors and valuers, practitioners, as far as your clients are concerned, the people you are expected to deliver value to, stakeholders, whatever it is you're doing today, our conversation, and that's really what my mission here is today, is to center our minds on this, because more than ever before, as a people, as a country, if we are to truly grow and maximize our potential, everything we do must be driven by that argument. Performance. And so the challenge to perform is a call to embrace a system of thinking, a system of approach, where everything we do is driven by an obsession for results. Looking at this hall today, it looks impressive. It's a reference and a testimonial to what? To performance. Maybe next year, it could be more. We don't know. What would be said of you after you have finished delivering on that service, on that task? What would be said of you after your time and your tenure has been done? So I want to walk us through a couple of, and I'll use my presentation to walk us through a couple of thoughts, because what I essentially want to do today is just challenge the thinking. Challenge the thinking. It needs to break through our culture of entitlement. I am here because of the person I know. I have made it here because of the connections and the contacts. I have made it here because I was favored or fortunate. You need to pave your path deliberately, intentionally. And that's why performance itself is a challenge. Because if it were easy, we will all be at the highest level, at the peak of our various professions. This conversation is not a convenient one, because the majority of the populace belong in the class of the averagers, the also-rans. Two approaches to life in terms of how we think. A transactional approach, where here, let's leave it that way. Let's just continue to do it the way we've been doing it. Let's just continue to run it the way we've been running it and what have you. And then there's a transformative approach that says, what can we do to redefine, to reshape what it is that we're handling? So I'm going to use the metaphor. Is this working? Okay. All right, I think it's working. Is it working, or you're the one flipping? Okay. So I usually like to refer to Harold S. Jinin, and for very good reason. The story about, how many of us have heard of, or I know there are people here who already know the story of ITT, the company ITT. Let me see your hands if you ever heard of that company. ITT. A lot of, there's a, wow, no, not International TIFF, please. International Telegraph, please. ITT. I think Fela sang it in one of his. But you see, why I want to talk about ITT is because when Harold S. Jinin became the chief executive of ITT in the 60s, this was a small telecommunications company in South America, doing business to the tune of a few hundred millions. And he took it over, extended it across South America into North America, built it into a global conglomerate. Hello, okay. By the time it was done, ITT had become so huge. We even had ITT in Nigeria. And they asked him, how did you do it? And he came up with those expressions, that words are words, but your only reality is performance. The reason why you will remain in business, the reason why you remain viable with regards to whatever it is that you're doing comes down to performance. And so our mindset, our thinking must always be along those lines. We'll be measured by our performance. Your performance is not your profile. You know, in Nigeria these days, it's easy to spruce up. We call it what? Packaging. You add things, you put up a profile. No. Your performance is not your profile. Your performance is your conduct, is your output, is what you have delivered that then rubs off on your profile. So every time I talk about performance, I always like to use a metaphor to describe some of the key things. Because for you as inductees, which I believe should be the center of this conversation, what kind of a mindset do we need to have? How long do we want to continue as a people thinking in terms of averageness? How long? Do we want to do things the way these things have always been done? Or do we want to raise the bar on ourselves in terms of excellence, in terms of high expectations? For a profession such as this, how are you measuring with other professions, your peers, locally, internationally? How are you measuring? How exciting is this profession to the broad swath of society to engender or encourage people to want to come in? So in discussing this, one of my favorite metaphors is to use the eagles. There are birds and there are birds. The eagle teaches us that you can choose to play and operate in your own class, by your own standards. In a world full of turkeys, Mediocrity is the order of the business. Why can't we talk about excellence? We're talking about quackery in professions. Where are the excellent players, the excellent performance to stand out, to raise the bar? Why are we talking about lawyers masquerading as estate agents? Why is that the case? You are the experts, you are the professionals. It's your responsibility to figure that out and determine what the actual performance parameters ought to be. Performance in terms of elevating the profession to a level where anyone who wants to play in it knows I cannot pass off one profession. I cannot pass off estate valuation under another profession. So the eagle is the ultimate emblem of how a creature actualizes its full potential. Performance is actually playing to your potential, not just playing for the sake of playing. What are you capable of doing? In life, there are two arguments. One, you have attributes. On the other side, you have attitude. Attributes are the things you've been given naturally, you've been endowed with. Attitudes are the things you must form to make the most of your attributes. So take Nigeria, for example. We've got a lot of attributes endowed in so many ways. Geographically, we're there. Resource-wise, attributes, we have it. Name it. Climate-wise, ever favorable, attributes. We don't have to work for it. Population, attributes, we have it. But where are we missing it? Attitude. You see, you can have all the attributes in the world, all of the comparative advantages in the world. You can have all of them, but if you do not develop the right kind of attitude to match the attribute, you can never perform. You can never reach your potential. And this could be the reason why some of you are still where you are in terms of your work, in terms of your business, in terms of your functions. Wherever it is you might be operating, whether in government or in private practice. You can have all of the endowment factors, attributes. They are given. You don't have to work for them. But attitude, you must consciously develop a disposition for excellence. You must show up every single day, do all that is necessary consistently in order to make the most of your attributes. One thing about our attributes is this. It puts us in a very dangerous position of becoming entitled. The entitlement mentality that we tend to carry most of the time stems from the fact that we see that we have certain attributes and we expect that automatically these attributes ought to translate to the high-end results of performance. It doesn't work that way. It takes attitude. The right attitude, I'm glad one of it is the ethical outlook for your theme, is attitude. Ethics is driven by attitude. This is my stand in line with our best practice. This is my attitude, regardless of the size of the transaction, whether or not it works out for me. And that's a choice. So attributes without attitude are nothing. The eagle is often referred to as the monarch of the sky, sole ruler of the sky. Can you imagine? Monarch of the sky. Perfect flying machine, that's what pilots call it. Aerodynamic wonder, the king of birds. It is a bird in a class of its own. That's why this bird typifies performance in a class of its own. Excellence. But we will see soon that it isn't because the eagle is gifted to be this. It is also because the eagle does certain things behaviorally in terms of attitude that guarantees it becomes this ultimate example. First thing about eagles is that eagles don't care. Can you imagine having that kind of attitude? Let me explain that to you. Look at all of these guys. Permit me to come this closer. I don't know if the cameras can follow me. What do we have here? Birds, other birds. The generality. Let's just do it together the way we have always been doing it. Let's not stress ourselves. Let's not stretch ourselves. This is, in Lagos, we have a word for it. We call it buburu. Now, typically, other birds, when they wake up in the morning, what do? If you live in Abuja, you have lots of open spaces. You find every bird flapping, chirping, doing all of the stuff, but you don't find the eagle doing that. It's early, the birds are out, let's hustle, let's go out there, let's just do what we have always been doing. That mindset needs to go away from you. Oh, why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? What's the need for this? This is how we have always been doing it. The ego just waits there. What it is doing is very simple. That's why it's called being strategic. It doesn't care about what others are doing. And that's why we need to challenge ourselves. Must we always care about what others are doing because they are doing it this way? Let us join them. Eagles don't care. Okay, go ahead, do whatever you're doing. I am going to do what I'm going to do. I am going to do what is unique to me. My own ideas, my own innovation, my own thinking, my own transformative outlook on life. You may not like it. It may sound outrageous. So be it. But that's what I want. I'm saying this because I want to challenge the inductees. You are the future of this institution. The mindset, you can be as excellent and as out of this world as possible so that you can become the engine room for channeling unique perspectives that can drive value. Go back to that picture, please. So the eagle waits until about 10, 11 a.m. What happens? The sun is out. The heat from the sun does what? Hits the ground and warm air becomes available. And so while other birds have been flipping, flapping, and sweating it out, what does the eagle do? From that position, it jumps into the sky, flaps its massive wings once, the entire wingspan. The second time, by the third time, what happens? It soars. Why? The eagle refuses to sweat it out. It understands that I have attributes, okay? But if I wrongly deploy my attributes, it will still amount to my being a failure. And that's part of the challenge we're having as a people. There's a wrong disposition towards our attributes. So that's why we keep wondering, how come we have all of this and we are still failing? Because we assume that attributes alone ought to guarantee success, ought to guarantee performance. No. Your attitude must be in sync with your attributes. Can you imagine the eagle? The eagle's wingspan. Some eagles have close to what we're calling 60 meters when they spread their wings, the entire wingspan. Can you imagine 60 to 80 meters? The eagle spreads the wingspan, and every morning, all it's doing, it's using its own energy. What do you think will happen to that bird? Fatigue. It will fail woefully. So it understands, I have the attributes. Fine. The attitude is, let me be patient. Some of us are not patient to excel. For some of you who have been inducted today, you think that tomorrow you'll hit it big with Federal Ministry of Petroleum Resources. You'll be the ones who value their land, and before you know it, you build your own skyscraper. No. The eagle understands, as big as I am, the attitude, I need patience. I see others going out. It appears they are making it, but attitude, I need patience. I have the attributes. I'll wait for 2 more hours. I'll wait till the factor and the factors relevant for my performance are fully in sync. Then I can venture. And that's why the eagle soars, other birds just flap. Why does it soar? It uses the current to achieve that. So it's a mindset of performance that it wants to perform at a certain level in line with its attributes. And I'm saying to everyone here, based on the attributes that you have, you are supposed to be performing at a much higher level than you are now. What is missing is the attitude factor. Attributes plus attitude is what guarantees performance. Attributes alone will never do it. You can have all the attributes in the world and still be a failure. So the ego teaches us, if you want to perform, don't care about what others are doing. Look inwards and understand what makes you tick, what your strengths are. And I'm glad our father mentioned it, that look, you could partner. There are those who have attributes in the area of going out to get the business. And there are others who have attributes along other lines, but so there's an attitude. The attitude says, let's collaborate. The attitude says, let's collaborate, let's synergize. So it's up to you to look at your own context and make the necessary interpretation. Egos have a no-nonsense orientation from birth. The moment you come out, the moment you are hatched from the egg, nobody is playing games with you in ego land. In a land where the goal is performance, we are not playing. We mean business. Because in the end, we are going to be judged by how we perform. So, if after 3 to 6 weeks of being fed, you continue to remain in the nest waiting to be fed, very soon, what will happen? The parents will disrupt the entire nest and kick everybody out because you have the ability. And that's why it's called a no-nonsense upbringing. If you want to excel, you must have a strong business-like, a no-nonsense approach to your profession as a practitioner. Without sentiments. So I'm sure we recognize these two creatures. We're very familiar with the one to our right, because what happens? By next month, it will become a regular staple on our table. What do we have here, please? Who is this fellow here? Turkey. And then the eagle. Well, please tell me when last you had, what's it called? Eagle barbecue. When last did you have turkey barbecue? Yesterday night. Okay, so you see now. So one is typifying conformance. Conformance. Let's just conform. Why are we stressing ourselves? Why are we stressing ourselves? After all, it will soon be over. Let's just do the much we can and move on. One is the ego says, no, I want to perform. I have attributes. I want to leave a legacy. I want to stand out. The other says, leave me where I am. So I ask you, or ask the person seated next to you, are you an eagle or a turkey? No, just ask. Right. So you see, so that's got to be part of what challenges our thinking. Eagles have vision, and I think it's very important, especially for the inductees. Where do you want to be in 5 years' time? Where do you want to be in 10 years' time? From far distances, eagles can see, and then they go towards those objectives. Their eyes are modified in such a complex manner that they can see so far ahead of themselves. They can notice things that other birds might miss. And that's the point here. Quick to understand things. What are the currents happening globally, locally, internationally? What is evolving? For instance, an audience of this size, by the time you come in, what other options could you have put in place as people are coming in? Maybe from their hotel rooms. They would have logged in, they would have signed in, and just walk in. Given the numbers you have. What other things can you initiate? Maybe using technology to modernize your approach to your business, so that you're no longer looking or sounding analog, but you are looking sophisticated. I remember I belong to this National Speakers Association in the US, and every time we go for a convention, in fact, at a point, as at the last 2-3 years, we just get in, and everything we need to do is on our mobile devices. Everything up to the minute. No more brochures, nothing. We just move in, and as you're moving in, the system recognizes you, and before you know it, under 30 minutes, over 4,000 delegates have been registered, and we are seated. Everything now works like clock. That if you do not show up when you're supposed to, the system moves ahead of you. Napoleon, the unreasonable man. I want you to be an unreasonable person. The reasonable man does this. He tries to adapt himself to his environment. But the unreasonable man does what? Tries to adapt his environment to himself. Please, from today, become unreasonable so that you can grow. Napoleon was going to war. And they told him, as he was heading to Italy, that there were some series of mountains along the way called the Simplon, Simplon. You know what he told his generals when they told him as he was in his small cottage? He said, "Sir, we can't go because of the Alps along the Simplon." Napoleon looked at them and said, "There shall be no Alps." Now listen, the Alps are there. They only came to report to him. So we will not be able to cross the Simplon because of the Alps. Succession of mountains. And he looked at them and said, no, he didn't say, okay, let's think of what to do about it. He said to them, "There shall be no Alps." An unreasonable man, an unreasonable leader. And he got up, took one of his mules, and led his men, and they began building, carving out some pathway. That was how they crossed the Simplon. You can Google it. An unreasonable man is a man that rises above whatever challenge there might be to his performance. There shall be no Alps. So when next somebody comes by telling you, "We can't do this program this way. No, we don't have what it takes. We don't have the history." Simply tell them that there shall be no Alps. By the time you get involved, there shall be no Alps. And that's the lesson from Napoleon. How about this man in the 80s by the name Douglas Ivester? You know, at a point in time, we were drinking Coke, and they told him that, "Look, the market is matured. We can't sell Coke beyond this level." You know what he did? Wall Street, all the analysts concluded Coca-Cola is now in a mature market. Douglas Ivester got up in Atlanta with his men, with his executive, with his escorts. "Mr. President, maybe I'm talking to you. Some of the crazy things you might have to start doing for Niesv to begin to benchmark NBA and the rest. You know, when there are issues, there are professional bodies that their names naturally spring up as if they are part of government. They are part of the decision makers. They are the performing level. So Niesv, when there are issues, needs to be there. Douglas Ivester got up, called all the directors. "Let's go." They said, "Sir, where are we going?" They came out of the Coca-Cola building in Atlanta, walked down the street, They entered a hairdressing salon where women were making their hair. He said, install a Coca-Cola fountain here. Let's go. Laundromat, where they are doing laundry. People are queuing up to do laundry. Install a Coca-Cola fountain here. That was how, by the time he finished that day, that's how he started to find Coca-Cola fountains everywhere. And Coca-Cola grew from, they said 4%, the market was mature, and it proved to the world that there is no such thing as a mature market. The challenge to perform. Thank you very much. My time is up.
Honestly, I don't think we've done justice to the lecture we heard. Do we want to be like the eagle? Inductees, do you want to be like the eagle or you want to be like Toro Toro? Okay, you were even saying it's Turkey. We know it as Solo Tolo. Ask on him, Neji, he will tell you. Please, we need to give him a resounding round of applause. Mr. Obong, you've proven your worth. We thank you so very much. Thank you, sir. So we need to project Mr. Bolton King's lecture now. IT, are we ready? Yeah, please, go ahead. We have next Mr. Peter Bolton King. He will be doing his lecture virtually. I think from the UK. Thank you. Let's welcome Mr. Bolton King.
Well, good morning to you all, and thank you, Mr. President, and the institution for asking me to have a short talk with you on what I'm delighted to be part of this because I think, Mr. President, you said 548 inductees today. That is brilliant, and my own congratulations to you all. And I wish I was with you because I suspect it's a bit warmer than it is here, and it's grey and rainy as I look out of the window. Now, your last speaker was talking there about the need for you to raise yourself above the average. He talked about the also-rans, about need to raise the bar and excellence. And I think, but by joining the institution, by passing the requirements to get in, you are going to be able to use your professionalism to actually make sure that you do stand out from the crowd. And one of the important things you need to be able to do moving forward is to just think in your mind, how can I sell my professionalism? And I think that is so important. The chairman and the president also talked about the fact that ethics and professionalism were an essential part of our day-to-day life. And it's absolutely right on that. I've just spent so much time talking about this. Now, I'm going to share in the next 10 minutes a few slides with you, if I may. So I hope the technology works. And if I push this button, you should be able to see my slides. Now, I'm hoping you can. Is anybody just able to confirm to me that you can see them? I'm going to assume that you can for the moment. So you should be looking at a slide which talks about what is ethics. And if you can't see the slides, perhaps somebody would interrupt me and tell me there's a problem. So, you know, ethics, it's the moral principles that govern our own behavior or the way we actually conduct an activity. And I think very importantly that ethics, as you can see there, is not just about behavior. It's all about behaviors. It's not about basic compliance with the standard laws, with the standards that there might be within the institution. It's more than that. It's about our behavior. And I think the important thing to bear in mind as well is that being ethical is not necessarily the same as following one's feelings. people do get a little confused about this at times, because a person following your own feelings actually might recoil from doing what is right, because we all have our different opinions as to how we'd react in certain situations. So you've just got to be a little bit wary about that and be able to think through any difficult ethical or difficult business decisions, because feelings frequently deviate, in fact, from what is ethical, and there's a fine point there. But, you know, we heard from the previous speakers about professionalism, and I absolutely believe that as property professionals, everything we do, to be honest, everything we do within our own lives, our personal lives, our business lives, all comes under the umbrella of ethical behavior. I feel that very strongly. So moving on to the next slide. If you agree, as I hope you do, that as professionals, we always need to act in a professional and therefore automatically in an ethical way, then I wanted to spend a few minutes actually looking at, well, what are the characteristics? What do people think we mean by being a property professional and acting ethically? Because I don't think people always have the same opinions of this. Now, with their permission, I'm going to use a slide that was produced by the Royal Institution of Charter Surveyors a few years ago now, but it was research carried out around the world by an independent research company. I was involved in that, actually, in asking some of these questions. In fact, I asked some of these questions when I visited in Lagos and also elsewhere around the world. And we asked, or the independent company asked, well, what does it mean to be a professional? And the top things, and I think as all of you move forward into your new stage of your career, you need to think about these. And we've heard some of these things already, and they were grouped roughly into 3 different pieces. The first piece, as you see at the top, and you heard these words, is that people generally expect a professional, that means you, to act with integrity. We've heard that. To obviously act ethically, to actually be aware of conflicts of interest. The president mentioned that we were having a chat about this when he was in the UK a few weeks ago, and I could talk for hours about conflicts of interest. People do not realize often that they're getting themselves into a conflict of interest situation. Perhaps we can have a chat about this on another occasion, but you want to think about that very, very carefully. And a lot of this information may well be available through the institution. It certainly is available through the Royal Institution of Charter Surveyors, and you may well be able to access some of their information on their website. So you've got to think about conflicts of interest, because often it's unintentional, not deliberate, the conflicts of interest. People expect us to be honest. Well, you think, well, okay, that's obvious, but it's not everywhere. And as a professional, you are expected to be honest. And also with that, you are expected to be able to be that you have trustworthiness. Now, I think personally that is something that you can use to your advantage in your professional life when you're out there competing with, as the last speaker mentioned, the also-rans, the average. You can get across the fact that you can be trusted, that you've spent all of these years getting qualified, and that you have to abide by the institution's code of ethics, etc. So those are the first, the group of things that went with professional. The second group, I have to say, is really, really important. And the first one of that is competence and skills. And the president mentioned the need to keep yourself up to date. We can't, just because you passed your exams, that you're into the institution, that does not mean the end of your learning. You have CPD to do. I still have to do 20 hours CPD a year, and there are new things happening all the time. The president and I, when he was in the UK, had quite a chat about the increasing issues around the use of data. And that's going to get worse over the next few years, for instance. And I'm heavily involved in looking at the ethical issues that come around the use of data. So that's expected trust and competence of skills. So you've got to know your experience, your limits, and that is really important. That I have come across so many times where people take on a job that, to be honest, they are not competent to do. They haven't got the experience, they haven't got the knowledge, and you really, you should not be doing that. You are not acting as a professional, and indeed you're acting, in my opinion, unethically if you actually take on a job that you're not able to do. Sometimes you do that by mistake. The job turns out to be much more complicated than you thought. Do not battle through. You've got to go and take advice. Worst case scenario, you have to go and have a chat with a client and say, look, this is more complicated than I thought, but you need to know your limit, that within your own expertise and experience. People expect there to be a quality of work, and they also expect there to be a consistency of work, that you in your professional life are going to take a consistent approach as you go through and do the various jobs. So those were the second set, and the bottom set with professionalism, and this is something that obviously the Niesv offer, is you have to have standards, which the institution does, and then they have to make sure that people are complying with those standards and you are regulated against those standards, because there is no point in having standards if actually nobody's checking on them. So those were the sort of spontaneous responses from around the world when we started asking people what they thought professionalism meant. So as you move forward in your career, please keep all of those things in mind, because if you manage to tick the box on all of those, to be honest, you're not going to be doing much wrong. So just make sure that you just have a think about those. Moving swiftly on, I just wanted just to talk about some of the things that came out of this research about best practice, because there's some problems. The last speaker was talking about making sure that you were like the eagle, that you were soaring, that you were out there getting the business. That comes, however, with some things you have to think about, because best practice has to be that you stand up and you stick to your professional opinion, even if the clients don't like the answer. Now, this is actually very, very difficult. I sometimes have had to turn jobs down because, in effect, a client was expecting me to break a law. As a professional, you can't do that. It is unethical. But you'll see on the right-hand side of the screen that comes as a problem, because there's a pressure point there. On the one hand, I'm saying stand up for your principles, even if the client doesn't like it. But on the other hand, there's a tension there. And that tension is because there could be commercial interests. You're targeted perhaps by the firm to make a profit. You're targeted to make sure that you retain client relationships. How do you do that? If I've said to you, don't do the job, if actually, or stick to your principles, and if necessary, walk away from it. For instance, there have been many occasions when clients actually have said to me, well, that valuation's okay, Peter, but do you think you could add a 0 onto the bottom? No, I'm either right or wrong as a professional, and I know valuation is not an exact science, but you can't go around just being pressurized by your client to actually, in effect, fall foul of the requirements as far as evaluation is concerned. And there can be client pressures, it says there, therefore, to circumvent the standards. And if you know in your heart that you're being asked to do something which is wrong, you've got to think very carefully from an ethical point of view how you go about it. I'm just going to pick up a couple of other points on this because we are a bit short of time. The bottom point on best practice, and this is something, especially if you are new professionals, that you actually may want to discuss with people, because it's very difficult actually to know and to get clarity at what stage you actually say, no, I can't do this job. I'm being asked to act unprofessionally. I'm being asked to act unethically. I'm being asked to act in a way that goes against your institution's rules. How do you walk away from that? When do you walk away from that? You've always got to be able to be thinking about that. And at the bottom on the right-hand side under the pressure point, that particular thing is actually quite difficult, especially for early stage professionals. I talk to quite a few people who are new into the profession, and they do say that one of the problems they have is the lack of confidence to actually stand up to their clients. And that's been exacerbated over the last couple of years with COVID, because we've still in the UK got a number of people who are working from home or part working from home. And the youngsters have not had the ability to be able to shadow, to follow a senior person around, to hear the way that they talk, the way that they deal with clients. So early stage professionals often lack the confidence to be able to stand up to the clients. So that, again, is something you need to think about. So just to pull this together, what I'd ask you to do is to think very, very carefully whenever you have a difficult business question to answer, or whether you think it could be an ethical element to that. And I've already mentioned that I think as a professional, that means acting ethically. And there are things around that can help you on this. There's things like in the RICS, there's a thing like a decision-making tree, which takes you through it. But I would just ask you to think of a couple of things at the end of the day. When you've come to a decision as to how you act in a particular circumstance, whether that be you've gone through in your mind as to whether there is a conflict of interest or a potential conflict of interest, whether it's because a client is asking you to act in a particular way, just think to yourself a couple of things. Would I be happy at the end of the day to see my decision on the front page or the inside of the front page of the daily paper, the local paper, tomorrow morning? If you're not, then you're possibly taking the wrong decision. I also always think in my brain, if somebody was going to make this decision and it was my old mother who was the client, or my father, would I be happy that that was being done to them? Because clearly, if the answer is, oh, I'm not sure, then you've got to think about your own decision again. So have a think about that very, very carefully. The final thing on that is when you do come to a decision, for goodness sake, please, please always record. That can be written down, it could be electronically, but record your decision, record how you got to your decision. Because at the end of the day, if somebody complains, at least you can justify how you came to your decision. It might at the end of the day have been the wrong decision, but at least you can show how you got there. So the final thing I want to leave you with is actually a quote from a person called Sean Covey, a writer in America. And he points out that we are free to choose our own paths. In other words, when you've got decisions to make, professional, ethical decisions, you can, at the end of the day, can decide what the decision is. But he then goes on to say, what you can't choose is the consequences that come with that decision. So once you've made that decision, you're stuck. You know, whatever happens is going to happen. So from that point of view, please, please have a long, hard think about those things. So just very, very briefly, that takes you through a run through some of the things you should be thinking about from a profession as a professional. But if you, as I mentioned earlier, can comply and tick the boxes of all those things that I set out, then you're not going to go far wrong. So I'm going to stop at that. I'm going to again congratulate every single one of you, because I know from the amount of hard work back in, oh gosh, the early 1970s, how hard it is to actually pass your exams and to actually get into an institution. So many congratulations, and I wish you all the very, very best in your future careers. Thank you.
Make it louder, make it louder. Mr. Pete, oh, he's gone. But I'm sure he will be hearing us, you know. The president got so carried away because he gave us the real tips you need to know to practice as a professional and to excel. So congratulations to all of you. The president has promised that he will bring Peter Bolte King to Nigeria to speak to you one-on-one. Give yourselves a resounding round of applause. I think you are one of the luckiest sets, so we didn't have that privilege when we were there. While the lectures were going on, our very good friend, he is a fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Builders. He is an assistant director in the Federal Ministry of Works and Housing, the Department of Federal Public Asset Maintenance. He is no other person than Builder Bashir Ibrahim. He's here in our midst. Thank you so much. Well, we need to go straight to the theme of today. We're going to have the induction charge. It's going to be done by no other person but our own very dear senior colleague. He is Estate Surveyor and Valuer Osita Okoli. He is the principal partner of Osita Okoli and Co. And he's going to talk about ethical challenges of estate surveying and valuation practices. Ladies and gentlemen, please can we give a round of applause as we welcome Estate Surveyor Osita. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. It's good to be back home after such a long forced sabbatical. In fact, I had turned down the invitation to speak at this event when I was first approached by Ambrose, the chairman of the planning committee, I believe, and later on by, I call him JB. I know you're Mr. President, but you're JB. You've always been JB, and you keep to be a JB to me, and JB secondly. But on further reflection and meditation, I decided to accept the challenge because it's important not only to give impetus to the hard fought and made reconciliation efforts that I believe was initiated by the past president, Wike, and followed closely by JB, but also to give an opportunity for us to share a little knowledge with the young ones who are coming up. That's most important to me. And I'm inspired to be in the presence of my boss. He actually recruited me tonight, Frank, after my youth service in Kaduna. Ochindo, SN, okay. I'm always privileged to be in his presence. Ochindo, thank you so much for the legacies. I want to stand on protocols that have been established so I don't waste so much of your time. But it's important for us to also take keen consideration about history. A people who do not take due account of their history are bound to repeat the mistakes of the past. And that's one of the problems bedeviling this country today. Go to Rwanda, they have a memorial for their genocide. We should not forget our mistakes so that we do not repeat them in the future. God help us. So I want to also talk about two things. So many things that we talked about, ethics, about the profession. I'm sure in the course of your qualification, you went through the grill. You would have had to study or even memorize the code of ethics of the profession. Very detailed and astute documents. Of course, a lot of water has gone under the bridge as well since I've been away on sabbatical, but I took a look at it and I see that it's very rich. So I would commend that to your memory and to your constant review so that you don't derail as we go forward and as you go forward in your practices. So permit me to just point out one or two historical things that would guide us as we go along. Today, we are estate surveyors and we are dressed with an acronym, ESV. Is it not so? Brilliant. Many people had clamored for such a recognition or an appellation or acronym, as you call it, to stand us out, to distinguish us in the profession that we have chosen to practice. And it's a worthy thing to do in the environment that we find ourselves in Nigeria. I want to pay heed to the memory and honor of Valua Ayoren, Philip Ayoren, pioneer chairman of the Akwa Ibom State branch of the institution. We called him Valua Ayoren then because he was so passionate. He was so zealous about having something to distinguish us in our core area of practice, valuation, that he said estate surveyors and valuers should be addressed and not be addressed as valuer Genshensho, valuer Jombula, valuer this, valuer that. I'm glad that we have an acronym that designates us and distinguishes us from the rest of the pack, but does it tell the public what we do? Maybe we'll have to look at that alongside many other things as we go along. But it's a good step. I must say we have come a very long way. And I want us to congratulate ourselves for what we have achieved so far. Please put your hands together for yourselves and for the leadership of the institution over the years. But I also want that we have a longer way to go. Fortunately, I believe, and I'm sure many of us share that belief, that the past and the present put together are not as huge as the future. The future belongs to those who dare, who are ready to take the bull by the horns, who stick to the divinely ordained principles of truth and justice, and who abide by the institution's motto of honesty and devotion. Talking about inspiration, I want to talk about inspiration because it's important in whatever you do. If you're not inspired, you might not have the ability to last the race. I drew a lot of inspiration from my peers and my employers and my bosses in Nightwork and Rotley. Ochendo is here. in flesh and blood. OJA Judy is not here, but I respect him. I love him. He was one of those that made sure that I didn't just come into Knight Frank to learn, because I left Kaduna with the sole purpose of going to Lagos to get qualified in good time and start my practice. And I dare say that at the interview where I was recruited, I told the partners and those on the panel that I had a burning desire to serve Knight Frank if I was employed, and I would give them my best. But I hoped and I prayed and I wanted to set up a practice one day that will rival any practice anywhere in the world. And that's the dream that I nurtured right from the time I was in the University of Nigeria, Enugu campus as a student. So coming from that, I had experiences in the course of my professional journey where I had to make very keen decisions. Some of them were very costly to me and my practice and my person. But I thank God at the end of the day, I stood my ground and left indelible marks in my own belief regarding the profession. And I'll give you some instances. You have those challenges as you go along. I'm not going to dwell on the code of ethics. You know them, you can read them. I'm going to talk about real life experiences that you can draw from. One, and there's so many of them, would come in the course of your practice. You would have clients, you'd have people who want to impress you and influence you to do what you shouldn't do. I had the privilege of working in Knight Frank in the respective departments of valuation, estate agency, and property management. And there are various challenges, as indeed you have in other aspects of the profession, property development, project management, what have you. You would find typically that when you have to work as a field officer, or even a desk review officer, or even a partner to approve valuations, that you would have client influence, overbearing client influence. The clients will want to make you give values that you know are not right and reasonable. How do you deal with that? When they want to pay you good money, when they even offer you bribes, mouth-watering figures that you would never even dream of making as your salary. What stands you out from the crowd will be your integrity. Integrity, you must hold dear to your heart. If you make the mistake and fall prey to their, I would call it their pressures, you would live to regret it, because the same people who compromise your standards will go and tell others, if you need so, go to X, Y, Z. Do you want to be counted in the fold of those who do the wrong thing? I dare say not. Unfortunately, that's an area we have to deal with as well. I had the privilege of serving as the second vice president of the institution, and I headed then the professional practice committee. I don't know if it's still so now. I've been away so long, forgive me. But there were several cases that came to the PPC at the time that you would shudder to read the details of such cases. And many of them were from very high-standing members of the profession, not because they would not want to keep to the ethics of the profession, but because they chose to delegate without supervising. So in as much as I'm coming to the second point about syndication, it's important for us to syndicate and delegate, because we can't do everything by ourselves. We can do only so much by ourselves. So you must, of necessity, syndicate, not just with your colleagues in your practice. And I encourage you, it's been talked about, you need to have partnerships, you need to have at least one partner, so that in the event of any mishap or you're being not available, your practice will live beyond that stage. That's an area that I'm sure the board also takes due cognizance themselves. We have practices, so partnerships that would die with the owners dying. Sometimes we take the inelegant steps of trying to make them live beyond the owners. It is in law impossible. So you must form alliances and syndications that would keep your friends through and beyond you when the Almighty God calls you back. So, going further than that, I talked about syndication. So syndication would go beyond your immediate firm or your immediate area of employment. You may look at syndication with other colleagues in other areas of practice, geographic areas, other areas of competence, because you can't know it all. It's such a broad spectrum that we have in estate surveying and valuation. We can't, no single person can claim to be an expert in all the areas. It's humanly impossible. So you must syndicate. Find opportunity to work together with those who know better than you, learn from them, farm out the jobs, work with them, share the fees. There's joy in sharing. I tell you, if there was just one estate surveyor in Nigeria having all the money, he will be so dragged around that he would die before his time. But if there's several people sharing the jobs and working together, they will live and enjoy it together. So please learn to share and care for one another. Very important. So I touched a little bit on inspiration. I touched a little bit on syndication, and I'm going to deal with some practical cases that may inspire you in what you do going forward. While I was in Knight Frank, I was sent to do evaluation of assets belonging to one of the foremost entrepreneurs and industrialists in Nigeria today. Some of them were in Kano. The gentleman called me aside, came to see me in the hotel and said he wanted me to do XYZ. And he brought a check. He had already written my name on the check. He asked me to fill out the figure and the check, whatever I wanted. How many of you could resist doing that? I said, without due respect, sir, even if I did this and nobody sees me, I have a God that I serve. And somehow, somewhere, whatever you put your hand to, remember, can be the subject of an inquisition and inquiry tomorrow. It could be called up in court to defend what you have done beyond the PPC, but beyond that, there's the courts that the judge is infallible. So stick to your ethics. Don't be pushed around to do things that are wrong. That's one case, and that's for violation there. I'm sure you know there's so many of them. I want to mention nationalities there's some of them that are very peculiar who want to influence you. Of course, those that work for the banks, the account officers will tell you to do X, Y, Z because there's pressure from the clients or the customers. The examples are just too numerous. Coming to the area of property management, you know that you can do a lot with clients, tenants, my landlords. There's so many things you can do in the course of finding tenants, screening them, letting all the processes that you have to go through. Sometimes you are forced to look at things that will be unethical. How do you avoid that? You have to hold on steadfast to your principles and your ethics. I have had so many instances where people will come, they want to lease their property from you, they want you to inflate the figures, the rentals. That happens in sales as well, as you guys know. They want you to inflate the figures, put a certain figure, and I'm sure many of us even do it without battering an eyelid. Remember the son of whom you are. At the end of the day, you have to answer. You may get away with it sometime, but one day you may get caught. Like Peter Walton King said, how would you like to see your name in the nice newsletter, for instance? Not talk about the newspapers or even the internet. Today, communication is global. So once it goes out, everybody says it. So for a pot of porridge, do not sell your birthright. Also in the area of valuation, I remember one instance. There's an aspect of professional practice that's called privity, and it deals with agency and property management as well. Privity of contracts. The privity in the relationship between you and your client is very important. You have to maintain that. I'll come to the aspects of confidentiality. I'm sure you know about that, and even the issues that around keeping different books and stuff for your accounts and maintaining different bank accounts. I'm sure you all know that. But privity is important. When you have a client that gives you a brief, as much as possible, try to maintain a direct relationship with that client because you limit the areas and the opportunities for indirect influence. We were privileged in the very young days of our practice. I was privileged to be given a brief to value the entire Victoria Garden City when it was still being built, when Yakov Chai, one of HFP, was in charge and HFP was doing the construction work. The brief came in a very untidy manner. It came through a town planner. Why did HFP decide to use the town planner to give a brief to an estate surveyor when they knew that the job was going to be done by an estate surveyor and valuer? You would ask yourself the question. The answer is not far-fetched. They wanted to get okay, praise the Lord. Lest we forget, we are in Nigeria and we have a long way to go. We have come a long way, but have a longer way to go. God will help us. All right, so I was talking about the HFP VGC experience. HFP chose to give that job through a town planner to our firm because they wanted to achieve some results that were, not in sync with our principles. And I had actually started a job because I was very fervent. I was very keen. I was very zealous to do. I was doing the job with my associates. I was literally running around the site to meet the timeline. But I had formulated a request for us to have direct relationship, privity, without prejudice to whatever interests there were in between. And you have a myriad of interests. In the course of sourcing jobs, you have to do PR and all of those things. That's okay. But you must have to do the right thing. Keep privity with your client, take care of your business, and so you can speak to your client and tell him or her the truth. And if you need to, withdraw without charges, without issues. So somewhere in between, along the line, as we're going on with the job, they came back with the decision that they were not going to vary that instruction. They were going to maintain an indirect relationship. Not considering the amount of work that had been done, the amount of expenses that had incurred, and the possibility of, the certainty of losing the job and all it had to offer. We had to stop that job. We said, sorry, due respect, you can give it to another person who's so willing to work with you, but we're out of there. And I thank God I took that decision. In the very first year of my practice, I was hungry, I needed money. I would also want to touch on coaching. It's something that is very, very rampant in our profession. People leave firms and they want to grow overnight. They want to take away the jobs that they either had brought into the firm or they had been privileged to work on while they were there. Very wrong. Don't do it. Start with a clean slate. The God who has placed you there will bless you mightily. I just say that I had the privilege of working in Knight Frank and Rutley with the Foreman's firm. And afterwards, in fact, when I left Knight Frank and Rutley, I was elected. I was elected in 1990. I could have started my practice. I also had my stamp and seal. But I wanted to gain more experience. I wanted to work hard and experience another setting that would give me more opportunity. So I was leaving that friend to go to a village city before the night. Please, I don't mean any offense whatsoever. At the time, the partners had said that they needed people that would come and rebuild the practice. And I saw a golden opportunity in working for Fox and Company, as it was then, and the sister firm of Adebimile, Agongo, Akelosotu and Co. I left Knight Frank in 1991. I was elected in 1990. I got my stamp and seal. When I was there, in fact, Ojai, as I call him, is my boss, and that's my favorite address for him. Said, why would you want to leave Knight Frank, a very well organized setup, to go to a relatively, unstructured setup that was a peril at the time? I said, sir, they have made a decision. They wanted people that will come and rebuild a company that has challenges. I want to be part of the team that will rebuild that company. I wanted to have that experience, and I'm glad that I did. Mr. Fox, during the interview, wanted me to work with him. He chose me among the people who came for the interview. He wanted me to work with him directly and charged me with the responsibility of overseeing the assets and the properties of the company, including many that were for his blue chip clients and well-meaning industrialists in Lagos. I took on the challenge. My first 6 months were, I was like fish out of water, coming from a very structured setup to a place where, due respect, again, I mean, no offense to anybody, but I want to let you know some of the practical challenges that I come up with in life and your practice. When I got into Mr. Fox's office, I was surprised that I had to step on files that were littered all over the place, still checks and all the stuff. I couldn't just make anything out of it. Coming from a place where you called for a file, it was there at your beck and call, you moved and got the job done. I just couldn't find out, but I was determined to make a difference. I wanted to make a contribution. So I painstakingly tried to reorganize things. The properties were going one after the other. It was as if there was a challenge between the partners, the local partners, and Mr. Fox. Mr. Fox, having been in the practice for so long, seemed to be trying to, again, due respect to his memory, these things might come up. I hear of some friends have had challenges where they are trying to break up. Some people are going with one side, some are staying with the other partner. Those things might come in the course of your practice. What do? So there was that situation between the partners. And I said I wasn't going to be part of it. I was there to do a job to help rebuild the firm. So I was trying to get the properties back as they were being lost. I had to interface with Chief S.B. Williams of blessed memory, Otumba Dekelo Jara is still there living, Chief Malada Akawa Thomas and the rest of them. At the end of the day, the partnership and even local partners saw that there was a genuine effort to bring the company back. And the company was actually recovering. Anyway, the rest of it is history. So you will come across such situations in real life as you go on. I also want to share with you one last example. And this has to do with the clients. Talking about integrity and steadfastness. A client, I don't want to mention his name, he's late too, had choice properties all over Lagos, in Ikoyi, in Victoria Land, in Apapa, all over. I had the privilege of working with him. I got to know him through my employment in Fox & Company. In fact, one thing I also mention to you, which is vital about poaching and not poaching, I'm not taking jobs away. When I left Fox & Company, I started my practice. One of the very foremost clients of Fox & Co approached me and wanted me to take over his properties. He said that he was impressed with the skills and the competence I brought to the job while I was at Fox & Co. And his son, his first son, who is late now, was a very close friend of mine. And he wanted me to manage the properties. I won't mention his name. I said, sir, if you want me to manage your properties, you have to get Mr. Fox's approval. First and foremost, not just orally, but in writing, in case he says it and decides to change his mind. It was a tall order. Mr. Fox wouldn't want to give the approval. And I said, sorry, sir, I can't help you. There are many people that can do that for you. Eventually, he got Mr. Fox to agree, and I took on some of his properties to manage them. That's integrity. You need to stick to it. You must stick to it. And Mr. Fox was happy that I didn't do what he would have been, forever unhappy about. So I was talking about an example of a client who had properties all over Lagos, choice properties that you would dream to manage in Ikoyi, in VI, in Apapa. This client gave us a brief to let and manage the property. One of them was in Apapa Commercial Avenue. And we sourced the tenant for the property. Today it's called, okay, I'll give you an instance. So it's not a fake one, it's real life. It's the successor company to Wonder Foods. It's Promasidor. Okay, so they wanted a lease of the property, and we syndicated that lease. We got approval. He had wanted above what was the prevailing market rent at the time, 700 naira per square meter. But we were able to get something close to that. He said, no. The prevailing rent was about 500-600. Okay. What did we do? Said, no deal. So we worked hard and we were able to get the required rent, and we thought we had a deal done. But this client wasn't done. Somehow he had a rather unusual attitude of not wanting people to succeed. He believed that nobody could get the better of him. But I was determined to break the jinx. So you moved the rent up from 700 to 900. What would you do in a situation like that? You'd give an offer, it was accepted, they were ready to proceed. My integrity was at stake. I went back to the client, I said, sir, luckily he was understanding, an expatriate. Explained to him what the situation was. He said, very enough, we want the property, we can come up a little bit, even though it's above our budget. We'll see what we can do because we really want that location. So there we went. We got approval to move at 900 per square meter. And again, the man said, no, I don't want that anymore. I want 1,100. If you were my shoes, what would you do? Would you throw in the towel? I did not. I wanted to break the jinx. And this same client had the penchant for not giving written instructions. He would only give verbal instructions so they can slip when he needed to. May God rest his soul where he is right now. I was determined to break the jinx. So I said, this time around, sir, it's not going to be you and I or myself or my firm and the client. We have to have a tripartite. So I set up a tripartite meeting in his home in Ikoyi. I didn't tell you that I gave the best part of my initial years to the same client, virtually to the exclusion of all of our clients. 6 solid months, resuming at his house in the morning at 6 o'clock, leaving sometimes at 10 p.m. in the night. He wouldn't offer you a glass of water. You would go around with him all the sites he had. He would do estate surveying work, land surveying work, even quantity surveying work, and calling people, not even the plate of food. And he would go to bed without the courtesy of saying, good night, my son, I'll see you tomorrow. The wife would come down and say, are you still here, my son? Chief has gone to bed, though. So this was the client I was dealing with, but I was determined to break the jinx. So we went ahead and convened a tripartite. The people attended the meeting, their key managers, admin, finance, and technical. And we reached a resolution. Deal done, go ahead and sign off. I was traveling the next morning, collect the checks, had an agreement signed on handover possession, deal done. So I was happy that I finally broken the jinx. Chief traveled the next day. Indeed, I had the letters returned, had the contract signed off, they paid, and I handed over the property to them. They started renovations, they spent a couple of millions in the matter of days. And then I got a call 2 weeks later from Chief while I was overseas. I said, who are those people in my property? I was aghast. I said, sir, the same people that we met in your house on so and so day, and you said we could go ahead and conclude that. No. I changed my mind. I want to use the property for my business. Go and take them out. What would you do if you were in my shoes? What would you do as an estate surveyor and valuer? Well, I said to Chief, with all due respect, Chief, this understanding was had between 3 parties, and if it needs to be changed, it should be changed by the 3 parties. So when you come back from your trip, we'll sit around the table and we can discuss whatever their needs are and compensation if need be, so you can have your property back. He banged the phone on me. When Chief got back to Lagos, I was greeted by his PA. I'm taking a bit of your time, but please, this is important because you know the value of integrity and steadfastness. I was greeted by his former PA. He's also late now. Came to my office at Bookshop House at the time, obviously sweating. He was very uncomfortable. could see that he didn't like the assignment he was given. He had been sent with plain clothes policemen to come and arrest me for staying the cause of justice, for standing on truth and justice. I was happy to go. I said, Austin, don't worry, I'll go with you. I got up, I went with him. We're taken to zone 2. The Lord always makes a way for his own. When I got to zone 2, I was confronted by the then DCP, Ben O2, he's late, may God rest his soul. And sitting in front of him was Ben Oyibo, my good friend, who's also late, who helped me when I was duped by 419 people in 1993 when I wanted to start my practice. So God has set it all up. And as I got into the office, a call came through to Ben O2. Is he here? Ben says, yes, he's here. Says, lock him up. Chief says, lock him up. Ben O2 said, for what, sir? Fortunately for me, as I stepped into Ben O2's office, Ben Oyibo said, oh, sister, what are you doing here? I said, oh, I have business dealings with XYZ, and they came to bring me to your. He said, what did you do? I told him, he started there and then to unravel the history and character of the chief before Ben O2. So Ben O2 knew the story better than I could tell it. So when Chief said, lock him up, I said, for what? What did he do? That was my saving grace. You know what? I called Chief afterwards. I said, sir, if you want to unravel this transaction, let's sit around the table with these people and deal with it. If you don't, and they end up going to court, I will stand on the cause of justice. I will stand there to testify for them. I didn't tell you that Chief, in all our dealings, never honored his commitment. He never paid our fees, even in the briefs that we got executed. We sold a property on Ake Adeshola for him to Midas Merchant Bank for 65 million naira. He didn't just refuse to pay us the fee. He also asked Sam Olagbaju, former MD of Midas, not to pay us the fee because Sammy was so happy with the professionalism that we brought to the job. He wanted to reward us. Said, no. That's Chief for you. To the glory of God, that is the integrity. So I want to charge you as you go into the practice, whether you're in private practice or in the ministries or MDAs or in governments or whatever else, or even in academia, truth and justice, honesty and devotion. The future is yours. God bless you all.
Honestly, let's keep standing. Essence of and valuer, Osita said all of this from his head. I was looking at him to see if there's any paper. I'm still trying to see if he smuggled any paper here. For him to have said all of this for me, that please continue clapping for him until he takes his seat. Okay, we have to give you a title, the Jinx Breaker. You serve the living God. It's only somebody who the God is with that can break the jinx and pull through what you went through, the music. So it's not easy dealing with such a very difficult client. And I was telling the people next to me that we've all had our fair shares of such bad experiences. And maybe, like you said, will you throw in the towel? I quickly shouted yes. For how long are you going to push until you were thrown behind bars? Please, the new inductees, you need to come and learn. Do your tutelage under him. It's a very rare quality. Integrity, ethics of the profession at play there. And you were, but Chief, I have to tell you something. While you were saying, God rest their soul, God rest their soul, late. People became worried. You know, and I'm sure even the essence of a Herschel shifted. He got closer to the president. He didn't want you talking and saying some other thing. Well, let's give him another round of applause. Now it's time for us to take very quick goodwill messages. And we'll take just about 4 of them, 3 from our distinguished colleagues here, senior colleagues, and 1 from a allied professional body. In no bad order, I'm going to call the chairman of board of trustees of our great institution, our own there, Excess Surveyor and Valuer, Chief Emeka Honora, Ochendo 1. Please clap for Ochendo. Thank you. Your goodwill message, sir.
Mr. President, with your kind permission, I want to stand on existing protocol. However, I want to take 2 exceptions. I want to acknowledge the presence of my professional father, Chief Simon Nsobondo Okeke, OFR, Ochendo 1. Yes, is the primary Ochendo 1. When he's here, he's the primary one. But when he's not here, I'm the one on the ground. He handed over to me. Incidentally, I also trained in Knight Frank. I joined Knight Frank in 1987. I didn't know him before I joined Knight Frank, but I guess because of the work I was doing in valuation department, he took interest in me, and since then we've been together. Thank you, Ochendo. I also want to recognize my board chairman. We all know his history. He has done a lot for the profession. He has raised many people. He has given jobs to many people, except Ochendo 1. But I want to acknowledge you, and I hope your kindness will reach me someday. I want to also recognize my BOT member here, Prof. I salute you. Board of trustees, board of fellows, I salute you. The registrar, I hope my name is still in the register. Thank you. Distinguished council members, I'm glad to be here. The president likes to sometimes introduce me, and they will say, we are the owners, the BOT are the owners of the institution. I also want to say here, I've been a member of BOT for the past 9 years. And if he says we are the owners of the institution, I want to report that I have not received any dividends for the past 9 years. So yes, if you own something, you expect something from the ownership. So Mr. President, I have 1 year to go. I want dividend. If others have received dividend, I have not received. Prof, have you received any dividend? So the inductees, you've had a lot today. And you will hear more as you go along and as you find your way through the profession. I want to tell you that your journey has just started. I don't want you to think because you have been elected that you've done all you need to do. Don't forget, you will not be able to call yourself an estate surveyor and valuer until you have gone through the licensing. And you still have a hurdle to go. You still have to go to the board to do your final stage of qualification. So as you leave here today, you go back and start working hard and prepare for another round of process of qualification. And even when you have received your stamp and seal, you still have a responsibility to continue to learn. This profession or any other profession is a lifelong learning process. As I stand before you, I'm still learning. Even Ochendo will tell you the same thing, that learning does not stop until God calls you. So I enjoin you to continue to learn through CPDs on your own, do research. Luckily, you are going to be practicing in a global village where everything is at your fingertips on your phone. Your phone can do anything for you now. In our own time, we were using calculator. Library was difficult to come by. Now you don't even need a library. Your phone is your library. And you can reach out just like the charge given to you. Try to collaborate, talk to yourselves, learn from yourselves. And I'm sure if you do the right things, as have been said today, the sky is your starting point. It's not even your limits. This is a beautiful profession that many of our allied professionals are jealous of. So we must make it what it should be, the number one in the built environment. I want to encourage the current leadership of the institution, led by Mr. John Bull and Mayevo, alias the Bull. You don't know he's the Bull? It's barely 4 months since he took over the leadership. And today, we are having 500 and something new entrants. It takes hard work, very hard work. We in the BOT are proud of him and his executive. He has a very strong team. You have the Igbo man there. I can see him looking at the screen. Mr. Victor Alonge, another very strong, hardworking professional, trained in the UK and practicing now in Nigeria. And you have the Oyibo man, Oyibo that is he blacker than me? Malam Batru, the second vice president. He's everywhere. He's friends to all people all over the country. When he came out to run for the second vice position, I knew he may succeed. And I was glad that at the end of the day, the membership, the majority saw what some of us saw in him and elected him. So Malam Batru, you're welcome. And other members of the executive, so I don't want to waste your time. I thank you all. The BOT is the conscience of the institution. We are there to oversee or to, if you like, make sure that the institution is going the right course. Anytime the institution goes off, it's our duty to help to bring it on the right course. But so far, the institution is moving. Just like Ochendo said, he was surprised that today we are having 500 and something new entrants. When I joined the profession, there were very few. My registration number is 584. So you can imagine how we have grown. So we thank all the successive administrations that have been working so hard to bring us to where we are today. I thank you all and God bless Niesv.
Thank you so much. So we quickly invite the chairman of Isvabon, SSOV and Valua Gesh Henshaw, MFR, to come give his own goodwill message. Please, can we give him a round of applause?
Mr. President, permit me to stand on existing protocols. I want to confirm that I had to be here personally for 2 reasons. Ochendo, the original Ochendo, I heard was chairing this occasion. So I said, I will come and see whether there will be fight of supremacy. But before that, my very good friend, the Ochendo one of Enugu Agidi, told me the other one is Ochendo one of Amich. Buru Buru. So I knew I was safe. That's on the lighter note. I'm here to give praise and glory to God for bringing Ochendo here, because he has told us our history. Ochendo, thank you so much. When we have people like you gracing these occasions, our upcoming surveyors will know that they are just starting. He asked us, were you born in 1955? None of us spoke. When he brought Knight Frank in 1965, only 2-3 people spoke, and so on and so forth. I am here because what we are enjoying today is the seed they sowed for us. I am here because they told us and they taught us that knives and Niesv are two sides of one coin, and that's why I am here. I am here because when they told me 500, I said, can Alonge produce 500 persons? The president told me, Alonge is working day and night. My first vice, thank you so much. I confirm you have produced 500 and we will harvest all of them. This is, if knives if they don't produce, we cannot harvest. And, I don't want you to say, this man is reaping where he didn't sow. I'm here, I've sowed. So on behalf of all of us who are here, I don't want to, the chargee made a good job out of the charge, because you will not forget this charge. It was not written. He has told you how to be persistent, consistent, and stand on the path of truth, honesty, and devotion. All from the beginning to the end, what we are talking in this profession is ethics and integrity. As you are coming to be elected today, by the time you come for your stamp and seal, I want to see you exhibiting integrity in all that you do. Because I don't want you to be the turkey. I want you to be that eagle. Please be that eagle. Please be that Napoleon who could change the pathway for us to succeed. I'm happy to be associated with all of you coming up. And I want to assure you, whether it is the younger route or adult route, we are ready to receive you come February. Welcome.
Niesv is the farmer. Niesv, harvester. Are you people hearing it? Go and farm well, or let them harvest very well. Sir Henshaw, your harvest is plenty. You reap very well. So without wasting time, we invite our friend, the CEO of the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit, ably represented by Steve Mbanefo. Please, can you give him a round of applause?
Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to stand on existing protocol. My name is Steve Mbanefo. I'm representing the Director CEO of the NFIU, Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit, who is unavoidably absent. He's engaged in another national assignment elsewhere. Mr. President, you've done well. I want to thank everybody and congratulate the inductees. Congratulations to each and every one of you. You've done so well. What do we do at NFIU? Essentially, what we do at NFIU, we are the central body authorized by law to receive, analyze, disseminate financial intelligence to law enforcement, security agencies, and other financial intelligence agencies in Nigeria and around the globe. Why do we do this? It's to safeguard the financial system, the global financial system. Today, you're being inducted. Soon enough, you get your seal. And while you're in the office, people will come to you. And you'll be wondering, I didn't go to solicit for this business. Some of them with illicit funds will come to you because they are attracted to the business you do. real estate. Why are criminals attracted to real estate? Real estate has the capacity in one transaction to take huge volumes. So you can sit down and in one transaction, you're doing billions. Don't be carried away by looking at the commission. I'm glad with what the speakers have talked about here. Ethics of the profession, honesty, devotion. I don't need to reemphasize it. But what I want to, bring to the fore here is the need for us to continue to partner. We want you to adopt the anti-money laundering and anti-financing and terrorist financing into what you do in your syllables. So as you're coming out from your professional trainings, and it's a continuous process, you begin to know about the AML CFT regime in Nigeria. It's new. It's been since, for an organization, you guys started since 1968, if I'm correct, 69. But AML CFT in Nigeria, the first anti-money laundering law was 1995. So it's relatively new. And why are we doing this? It's to protect the financial systems. Like I said, they will come to you. They will want you to launder the money. They will want you to raise the valuation. Some to even, right, maybe they want to buy off government properties, they want you to undervalue. That's where your ethics of the profession comes into play. Do not be tempted. You have an obligation, even though I don't want to go into that now, maybe when we break out and we'll begin to interact more, we'll talk about that. You have an obligation under the Money Laundering Prohibition Act to report suspicious transactions, but that will be something for another day. On behalf of the NFIU, I want to congratulate you for a job well done. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Ms. Mbanefo. I've just been directed for want of time that we just take one goodwill message from an allied professional body in the built environment, and I've just been asked to take for the Nigerian Niesv of Architects. So I'm going to change my identity. So I'm standing here now as Architect Chioma Wogobunna, the third vice president of the Nigerian Niesv of Architects, to represent the president of the Nigerian Niesv of Architects, Architect Enyi Benebo. He has asked me to send his goodwill message to you. He has charged you as usual, but what he has asked me to say has been said by most of our speakers. So basically, like the motto implies, honesty and devotion. Be honest. Be devoted in this profession. Do your work without fear of favor. Do not engage in sharp practices. We are all in the built environment, and we know that the built environment, it's one of the aspects in the professions in the country that is most abused. Is in the built environment, you have more of the quacks. In the real estate where we all belong, you have everybody becoming the agent. Everybody is an agent. They want to just, especially in property management, do what they have to do and take their commission. Now you are certified as a professional estate surveyor and valuer. Go and do the right thing, bearing in mind your integrity and your ethics that have been said since morning. We don't need to overflow it. And the president of NIA has equally told me that you should practice with a fear of God and make sure that together with all the allied professionals in the built environment, we'll take the construction industry notches higher. Thank you and God bless you. So we'll continue with the program, and the compare ESV Ken will take over. Thank you.
Thank you for the goodwill message. In this respect, we address you as Architect Chioma Wogobunna. Thank you for the message from your president and your institution. Thank you very much. Are we excited to be here in Dotis? The long-awaited time is near. Can you please put those beautiful hands together? You heard from the board chairman that Niesv is a farm and it is time for them to harvest. And for them to harvest, the needful have to be done. and permit me, the man that has defied sleep day and night to ensure that we are here today, to introduce our very own. With a clap of applause, let's invite the first vice president of this great institution, Estate Survey and Valuer Victor Alonge, a fellow of the institution, to come and present the inductees to the House.
Mr. President, Estate Surveyor and Valuer John Bull Osarume Amayebo, the chairman of this occasion, our very grandfather, ESV Chief SN Okeke, the BOT chairman, our guest speaker. Please permit me, of course, my second vice president and the HNS and the HNT. All council members, inductees. It is my pleasure today, Mr. President, to present. Please, may I ask the inductees to be upstanding. The usual or the conventional thing would have been to call your name one by one, but because of time and with the permission of the president, we will skip that and present you jointly. We have the list of all of us here, and you have all signed, so we will take it as we have it. Mr. President, as I was saying, it is my pleasure to present these young men and women, although some of them are not so young, because we have the adult truth candidates who have worked very, very hard. They have passed the prescribed examinations by the institution. They have gone through the 2-year plus process for qualifying to present their critical analysis and defend. And I'm pleased that these ones have actually defended their critical analysis successfully, and they have been adjudged to be worthy to be invited to a professional cadre of the Nigerian National of Estate Surveyors and Valuers. So, Mr. President, it is my honor and privilege to invite you to take charge of the acceptance of these ones into the institution's associate cadre. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm sure you've been given the oaths. Are you with it? IT, what of those online? We're also making history today. For the first time in the history of our institution, we are inducting online. And those people, one of the major qualifications for you to be inducted online is you reside outside Nigeria. I know there are some people in Canada, and it's about maybe 4 a.m. there now. And I know there are some people in UK and even maybe in America. So, you can see them online. Let's clap for them now. They've been waiting for us. You see, they are so happy. They are very happy. We have about 3 or 4 of them or 5 of them there. Congratulations, those online. Now we have to read the oath, and you have the paper with you. So When I say I, you know what to say. Now we start. I, with membership number
M.
solemnly swear.
Solemnly swear.
Affirm.
And
that I will be faithful.
That I will be faithful.
And bear true allegiance.
To allegiance.
To Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers.
To the Nigerian Institution of Estate
Surveyors. That as an associate. Of the institution. I will put service above self.
I will put service above self.
And act in the best interest of the profession.
And act
of estate surveying and valuation.
Profession.
Nigerian
at all times.
At all times.
That I will uphold.
That I will uphold.
Motto of the institution.
Motto of the institution.
Honesty and devotion.
Honesty and devotion.
In all my endeavors.
In all my endeavors.
I want to repeat it again. That I will uphold the motto of the institution.
The motto of the institution.
Honesty and devotion.
Honesty and devotion.
All my endeavors.
In all my endeavors.
That I will at all times.
I will at all times.
Seek the development of the profession.
Seek the development
and the corporate existence of the institution.
The corporate existence of the institution.
That I will abide.
That I will abide.
By the rules of conduct.
By the rules of conduct.
Uphold. And defend. Objects.
The objects.
Of the constitution.
Of the constitution.
Of the institution.
Of the institution.
Before you say, help me, God. You have just had this last part. That you will abide. You agree?
I agree.
You are very sure.
Yes.
You know, before you say help me, God, you still have the opportunity to say, I don't think I will abide. You will abide.
I will abide.
So help you.
God.
Congratulations. Those online, congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
So you will sign and date it. I'm sure you have people to witness it for you.
Thank you, sir.
So congratulations.
Yes.
I know I can count on. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up.
Congratulations.
For the champions, for the champions, stand up.
Yes. You can see.
Here we go.
Congratulations.
Now it's just who wants it most. It's just life, that's how it is. Cause we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have faith.
You are our champion.
Can't you see? I'm on the move, make way for me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up.
Okay, have your seat, so that you collect your plan.
For the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up.
Hello. Hello. Please be seated. The CAC members are there to direct. We all come to the podium through there. As you are coming, please bring your oath duly signed, and then you will drop it there. Don't come here if you don't have your oath, please. You drop it there and you walk up for the president to officially induct you into our membership, and you collect your plaques. Am I clear? Please, let us be orderly. We come in through there, you come in here, and then you take your leave.
I want all of us to stand up because the chairman is about to leave. We are highly privileged to have in our midst our father, our grandfather, one of the founding fathers of this profession, Chief Estate Surveyor and Valuer, Chief Dr. S.N. Okeke OFR. Please clap for him as he takes his leave. Thank you so much, sir, for honoring this invitation. We are very proud of you. Thank you so much. Keep clapping for him now. Then I also want to let you know, just relax. Even if you take another person's plaque, the secretariat will reconcile it. Do you understand? Is it clear? Even if peradventure by mistake, they give you another, don't bother. At the end of the day, the secretariat will sort you out. Is it clear? And the certificate will be printed online. So the secretariat will read you and give you directive on how you will do it. Keep standing until the chairman leaves.
Well, there is an end to every good thing. We are coming to the end of it. I'm glad to be here with you to see the newly being inaugurated. Now, to renew the association, the contact with young and old ones. I wish all of you a good success. Be the beacon of the institution. Keep quiet. Remain very faithful to the ideals of the institution. To be ethical, to be professional, and to be very, very obedient. Obedient to the rules and regulations.
Yes.
And anyway, you can also be the other obedient. That'd be very good indeed. So I wish you great success. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. I know the BOT chair is there, so please help us see the chairman of. Thank you. Monday first. And as I said, please, if you take another person's secretary, will shut it out. Please, please listen. I'm sure you know that some of you, as at 5 o'clock in the evening, 5 p.m. yesterday, some of you were still trying to get into this situation. So just bear with what you have seen, or you will see. Thank you.
The first person here, Ogunbanjo Abimboye Olufumilayo. Odeyemi Temidayo Ruth. Olalaye Suleiman Olawale. Allen King Boy Chugudi. Kenechukwu Chinua Ibezi. Olufemi Oluwatoyin Adefumi. Gregory Christopher, father. Adewale Rotimi Julius. Anyuku Rosemary Ogechi. Oyetunji Adekunle. Ikegu Chukunenye. Opara Matthew Chukunyere. Egwekwe Christopher Gozie. Akinyemi Sahid Olayinka. Erimu Omamode. Obianodo Vivian. Ogundipe Ebenezer. Usman Ibrahim Muhammad. Kumolu Kolawole Samuel. Akinsele Jeremiah Olarewaju. Etim Mercy Bernard. Nwankwo Chinazo Dominica. Olatunji George Friday. Nwachie Emmanuel. Chidera Maria Goretti Ekechi. Olaleye Tiamiu Aremu. Okereke Eberechukwu. Tukura Ibrahim Amina. Onuchukwu Stanley Ebuka. Enoch James. Nnamani Uchenna Jane. Damwesh Domshak Joseph. Ekwebelem Victor Nnamdi. Abdul Samuel Ojo. Mustafa Khadijat. Eke Anyanwụ Chiamaka Grace. Samson Moses. Adejumo Tokwe Samuel. Yakubu Muhammad Bawa. Mkparu Obiajulu Ndubuisi. Ayemo Juba Abdusalam Adekunle. Wogu Stanley. Sunday Bulus Ndaka Agbola Olawale Aziz Adeshola Fawole Fawole Olusayo Ovie Afabo Armstrong Shedrack Benjamin Onyinye Josephine Obiora Ngozi Roslyn Ukoha Emelike Igwe Brima Amina Alaoye Agbaje Kolawole Raphael Victor Momo Jimo Bello Isa Shehu Lawal King Michael Okonlawo Mbanongon Nguamo Eze Amalu Jessica Ebele Olagbenro Olayinka Babajide Dioke Ifeanyi Onyemuru Godson Ekeoma Adewale Afolabi Ajibade Abatan Waliu Adeshino Thomas Dorcas Ojeni James Anna Rado Chinyere Teresa Oyedepo Adeshina Omoni Ishaku Haruna Bolufemi Shade Josephine Jibrin Adamu Mohammed Kau Suleiman Adamu Jonathan Wena Chima Obunda MO6599 Ojukwu Steve Chidebere, MO6600. Nyong Ekwono Abasi, Udua Kobong, MO6601. Okwayanga Paul Uchenna, MO6602. Ishaya Rifka 2, MO6603. Oswago Emmanuel Uchenna, MO6604. Ekundayo Taiwo Oluremi, Olunubi Titilokwe Tenitokwe, Yakubu Kure, Mabel Joseph, Anjide Teresa Wado, Taiwo David Olaniyi, Akinti Bubo Kolawole Tosin, Umana Uyai Inyobong, Okechukwu Ngozika Henrietta, Ojo Olufumilayo Adebimpe, Wasiu Olayinka Adewale, Adewale Adediran Oludare, Umeobi Valentine Ugochukwu, Ifeanyi Chukwu Obioma Amadi, Ojo Benjamin Sunday, Saleh Adamu, Ibekute John Azubike. Abdullahi Tanga. Nelson Comfort Nseobot. Choji Michael Benza. Okoye Ujunwa Ijoma. Soniro Ebenezer Tobi. Amusa Olarewaju Adewale. Uganeme Chinenye Scholastica. Analike Uchenna Emmanuel. Akano Olusegun Oyediran. Adeniji Saheed Adedeji. Adeniran Omobolanle Oyewumi. Iteme Ugochukwu Obonnaya. Edukere Idongesit Essentia. Obiayin Obinna Collins. Obi Charity Anoreka. Perry Precious. Oloko Damilola. Oluwaseun. Aliyu Ketura. Moneke Faustina Chikamnayo. Abimiku Luka Bukar Francis Mariam Inua Danladi Mohammed Belu Rashidat Altine Maxwell Kion Kwadowa Nwosu Glory Nwaka Ego Ezekwem Christian Ebuka Long John Alu Osondo Sunday Edochie Kenneth Nwoye Noah Uduakabong Joseph Adamu Dahiru Ngene Kingsley Ekene Abdullahi Aminat Ndatsu Onukwe Chisom Nkemjika Akinwale Kamorudin Olarewaju Habila Sum Hezekiah Ojo Adeniyi Kabir Dixon Edidiong Udo Omidiora Samshuddin Adegboye Victoria Kwabo Simeon Shangevde Chime Ikechukwu Emmanuel Ogbaka Juliana Chinwe Alao Oludele Joshua Ukot Prince Williams Ngeri Sotonye Vincent Yakubu. Dinah Eredapa. Aguda Esther. Ime Nsikang Okon. Tiobi Jerome. Robert Mary. Ishaya Williams Ganao. Alagbe Adedayo Olujobi. Agwu Kenneth. Ataijie Desmond. Vin Osato Oluwa Tobiloba. Oni Dare. Moshood Titilayo. Noah Frank. Mosuro Temitayo Silifat. Levi Kingsley Emeka. Nzei Amechi. Junaid Ismail Oluwasegun. Shamaki Timia. Ugoji Emmanuel Obinna. Sunny Ango Kandi. Atiri Jeremiah. Obong Uwana Vincent. Adebayo Oluwole. Laguda Folakemi Adeola. Peter. Sorry. Adebayo Kehinde Muftao. Peter Justina Sunday. Oyeme Joseph. Erim Rose Inyang. Ajibade Bashir Adewumi. Kuma Abraham Keita. Efe Kenneth Chibweze. Eke Clifford Ndubuisi. Chinegu Sylvia Nkiru. George Chibuikem Alozie. Ibe Chinaze Bere Onyebuchi. Asaolu Mayowa. Mercy Inyang. Ezeani Charles Chi. Jeremiah Efrelda Imalbong. Isaiah Sunday Samuel. Olorun Tommy Sunday. Okele Olayonka. Ayoninde Olabode. Ogu Aku. Adegoke. Falai. Ogun Blessing. Ayobami Okebukunlola. James Victor Nwoha Onyeka. Avado Agnes. Effiong Augustine Effiong. Emmanuel Obinna Nwosu. Wigwe Nkemkama John. Wali Aliu Amina. Aigbogun Moses. Ghana Sado Daniel. Fatima Abdullahi. Madu Forochioma Eunice. Adeye Bukola Susan. Usman Amina Ladidi. Sule Mukhtar. Wale Clement Bright Chima. Ogwo Chinwe. Shikaman. Aminu Mohammed Marafa. Shioma Obieze Nwobi. Oume. Mba Obiora Joseph. Ogundare Ayodele. Ajose Sherifat Olarewaju. Olaiwola Taiwo. Adetun Atinuke. Omojola Olumide. Arojojoje. What is this?
Okay. He not come now.
Was Ajojoye.
Now this one, Abi.
Yeah.
Aroju Joye. Oh, yeah. Why is the last one?
Arojojoye Anthony. Oyerinde Olarewaju. Inegbenehi Lucky Peace. Onikpede Benga David. Obuagu Emmanuel Uche. Uzo Ewulu Ijeoma Philomena. Lawal Teslim Olarewaju. Popola Emmanuel Olufemi. Okoro Faith. Oluseyi Kehinde Adebisi. Anthony Abumere. Victor Omaje. Fatima Abdullahi. Mayowa Sunday. Akintoye Akinosi. Matthew Ukeme Victor. Oyerinde Oyelakin. Egbuniche Oluseyi. Suleiman Oledeinde. Okolie Basil Ikenna. Adaga Comfort Nwamaka, Harry Maxwell, Donald Diboye Suku, Achibong Efyong, Taye Ojo, Maybe Tara Daniel, Okafor Ignatius Chuks, Uzo Igwe Chinyere Edna, Florence Dashi, Babayemi Mata Olufumilayo, Olawale Akintokumbo, FNG Matthew, Yakubu Muhammad, Nasir Yusuf, Ogunkunle Mary Adenike, Mohammed Abubakar, Aisha Ahmed, Onaolapo Joel Temidayo, Nwankwo Emerie Godwin, Oyekomi Kaode Temitope, Adisa Adebusola Sekinat, Bilikisu Adamu Aliyu, Aliyu Abdulkadri Shegun, Omokemi Mohammed Akinwumi, Sozres Tolulope, Ayaleke Damilola, Muhammad Alfazazi Okugia. Awosode Stephen. Oloye Daniel. Abdullahi Hawa Haruna. Oluwagiwa Afolashade Adegboyega.
Processing the application to make sure they submit a copy of the certificate.
Please, if you've not been called up, kindly please take your seat. If you have not been called up, do please take your seat. The hall is becoming rowdy. Please take your seat. And those who have received their plaques should also please sit down. This event is not over yet. Please take your seats. Amusata Judin Oyejide. Ajao Olatunde. Eze Madoka Justina. Noble colleague, we have a special day. The Lagos State Branch Chairman, the husband, is among those being inducted. These are some of the special moments you don't miss. Congratulations to Lagos State. Please, let's take our seats. If you've not been called up and if you've collected your plaque, also please do sit down. Adelugwa Oluwatobi Bankole. Omoloja Esther Titilayo. Madoka Chidebere J. Chinegu Julia C. Esho Taiwo A. Adebayo Abiodun I. Okunola Joseph A. Alao Rashid O. Agonwa Miriam C. Saka Jelili F. Wait, is that your daughter? That's your daughter. That's what's her name again? Another history has been made. Mother and daughter now an estate surveyor and valuer. Congratulations to ESV Bola Olawi family. Ogumbi Jubril Abiola. It's not in the list. Adeolu Adeyonju. Aregbesola Titilope. Please sit down if you've not been called up, and when you get your plaque, please sit down. Please. Brown Victoria Godswill. Ogunleye Biodun. Adekombi Hakim. Joe Nnabugu Chima. Abiona Sami Emmanuel. Ahunanya Peace Obioma. Olugbade Yinka Joshua. Chanwa Gaius Haman. Adam Umar Babatunde. Olamide Olugbemisola Idowu. Egbenu Molise Iluobe. Iluobe. Olufumilayo Kunu. Sharon Diko. What's the name, sir? Is that the wife? Is it a police? That history made husband and wife. Please, let's be seated till you're called up. And if you collect your plaque, also sit. And just in case you missed it, the wife of the Honorary National Publicity Secretary is also being inducted today. History also being made. Shoeto Eniola A. Obiako Ifena G. Dozie Jude, I. Gakus Nanbet, Y. Obizike Marvelous. Akinade Akinolu. David Samuel B. Olapade Kolawole G. Efuonle Oluwafemi I. Kayode Opeoluwa E. Wahab Mukhtar B. Olatunji Abraham T. Ayodele Samuel A. Moshood Bello M. Favor Chiwendo J. Tajuddin Risikat B. Oyetoke Mohammed J. Atogbade Bamidele A. Abdurrahim Abduhak A. Yusuf Hayatu R. Adebesi Abayomi O. Salami Mayowa M. Toyin Luko Tosi.
You don't pass now. Okay, now so Tony too. I don't get you. Now so in Hong Kong, they say they're gonna begin as okay. No big movies. Like movies. Just call. Just call. They don't finish. They don't finish. It remain those people when using hand right. This one. No. Call this one. Use hand right. No, I want to work on you.
Do we still have anybody in the hall that has not been called? Please come up. Come. If you have not been called, please come up now. So I think we are done now. Where are they coming from? No, they are not. Excuse me, please. No, don't worry. They have come. Let me hear. No, don't worry. Please, that is all. Thank you, Mr. President. That is all that we have. Can we please put our hands together for the president?
Congratulations to all of you. Congrats to all of you. Congratulations. Noble colleagues. My noble colleagues. Congratulations. Immediately after the event, they will expose the plaques. If you don't see your own, just write your name down. Are you hearing me now? And if there are mistakes in your name, write it down. You will surely get your plaques, and very soon you will get a link where you print your NIVS certificate, so that going forward, you go and take Ezra form. Congratulations. So I wish you all the very best. Congrats, and God bless you all.
Can we put our hands together for Mr. President, the 25th president of our noble institution, for this great task he has taken on behalf of the institution? Thank you, Mr. President. Noble colleagues, can we rise to our feet as we clap, applaud the president for this awesome job, awesome job. Noble colleagues. Noble colleague, please sit down, please sit down. Please sit down. In response to this task, we will be calling a representative of the newly inducted members of the institution, our own noble colleague. Permit me at this time to make welcome to the podium Major MB Yakubu for a thank you response, ANIVS. Major MB Yakubu, ANIVS. Can we clap for that? Can we have you, Major Sir? In response to this event, come and give a thank you to the president and the institution at large. Thank you very much. You're welcome, sir.
Mr. President, sir, please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. I am Major MB Yakubu. On behalf of the newly inductees into the associate membership of this great and noble professions, I want to most sincerely thank the presidents and all the council members for working tirelessly to make this event a success. Sir, we want to assure you that we are going to be a very good representative and ambassador of these noble institutions in all our various fields of endeavors, riding on the motto of this great institution, which is honesty and devotion. Sir, once again, I want to say thank you and God bless.
Thank you, Major M. Yakubu, for this great task. Noble colleagues, please be informed that for your refreshments, we have 4 serving points inside this hall. For your lunch, please, we must be orderly. The point you see in front is for members of management and council members. And the other points, the members of the Corporate Affairs Commission will direct accordingly for inductees and the guests. Noble colleagues, we will at this time be informing you that our own first vice president in person of Estate Surveyor and Valuer Victor Alonge has graciously sponsored a party for all the new members of the institution. So come by 6 p.m. today at this same venue. We will be celebrating. Are you excited? Can you put your hands together? You can do better if you're excited at this moment. We are gradually coming to the climax of today's event. We will be inviting for a special vote of thanks our Honorable National Secretary of this great institution, in person of Estate Surveyor and Valuer Monday and Eave, to come and give a vote of thanks. Thank you very much. Put your hands together. Put your hands together for the Honorable National Secretary.
Mr. President, distinguished noble colleagues, I've just been informed that the launch, the point here by my left is for the members of the high table and then our invited guests and fellows, including members of council. So please, this is the point you go to once we get to that point. And then we have 3 other points. One at the far end is reserved for our guests. That's friends of the inductees, and then all other senior members to the far right, and then inductees, the one at the far left-hand side. Please, let's try and be orderly as we go through. Okay. Okay, just check your meal ticket. You see a number on it and work with it. Please, let's be seated. I've been given a simple assignment today, and I will execute it. On behalf of Mr. President and Chairman of Council, he also happens to be the Chairman of Management. He happens to be the Chairman of EGM. He happens to be the Chairman of AGM. He also happens to be the Chairman of Niesv Ventures. I thought somebody will appreciate him for that. On behalf of him and indeed the council and the institution, I'd like to thank Almighty God for a beautiful day like this. He gave us an opportunity to see this wonderful day. He gave us opportunities to be gathered here today, and he made it possible for everything to have gone so well. I'd like to thank the chairman of today's occasion, even in absentia, Ochendo Buruburu. He's recognized. I'd like to thank our keynote speaker, Mr. Ubonge Sien, for the beautiful delivery he made today. Of course, our guest speaker, Mr. Peter Bolton King. We thank you for being a part of this event. The man who took charge, Emmanuel Osita Okoli. We would like to thank him specially. For those who do not know, that's where I learned my practice. For 10 years, I worked there. And most of what you see me do today is what I learned from that place. Of course, the owners of the institution, members of the BOT, though they've gone, we would like to thank them for making out time to be a part of this event. The first vice president and the second vice president, you all have been wonderful. Not only did you prepare them, you also gave them a fertile ground to grow, such that Esvabon is hungry to harvest from it. Thank you very much for a wonderful work you've done. Of course, our fellows, even as represented here by the Chairman Board of Fellows, Estate Surveyor and Valuer Dr. Shooks Ire-Okoli. We thank you for making out time to identify with us. And all fellows of the institution, members of council, you all have been good. We thank you. We thank you. Also, members of our sister profession that grace this occasion, we thank you for being a part of this event. And of course, members of the hardworking Corporate Affairs Committee of our institution. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Of course, your leader and the National Public Secretary, Estate Surveyor Tony Aluko. Congratulations, double congratulations also for bringing your wife into the fold. Thank you very much. We'd like to also thank family, friends, and well-wishers of the inductees for making our time to be here with us. We thank you specially. Of course, the staff of our institution, they've been up and doing all day. Even when some had reasons to stay away, they still stood their ground, especially the head of membership, Mr. Victor Okocha. Thank you for being there for us. Of course, the hotel, thank you for not giving us full embarrassment, although the light was coming on and off, but you were being timely, making sure the light comes back. We also thank you for that. Members of the technical team, you've all been wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you. Of course, our decorator, thank you for also adding light to this place, for making this beautiful and the aesthetics that you added to it. Our caterer, thank you. We know we will eat and be happy. There will be no purging. We know that already. So we'll say thank you very much. Our ushers, you've been good. Our moderators, you've been good. For a day like this, we'll say thank you. And for those of us that have been inducted, as you go, and the rest of us, we will all enjoy Johnny Mercies, and then God will take all of us back to our destination. If for any reason, as you go back, you see somebody who is not happy that you came here today, I'd like to share a word with you. In the words of the governor of Rivers State, just tell them, as it is sweet me, it dey pain you. God bless us all. Thank you. Even as I invite.
Hello, please, can we listen to this special announcement? Please, inductees, can you listen to this special announcement? We found out that there is a small error on your plaque. And this institution is founded and run on standard and quality. So what we will request you to do, you will return your plaques. We will replace it. We need to correct the error. So please return it and make sure you return it. You will appreciate the fact that some of you did your interviews last Friday, and we are doing induction today. It's never happened before, but we wanted to accommodate you. And I think in the process, this was missed. So please return your flag. Don't take it away. Return it either to the secretariat, or even if you can return it here, and make sure you return it. Only those flags that are returned will be replaced. Thank you very much.
Oshia.
Distinguished noble colleagues, can we please be seated? We have come to the climax of this event as we'll be taking the closing prayer. Can I humbly request the presence of the second vice president of our great institution to please help us with the closing prayer, sir. Our second vice, please, to please help us with the second prayer, the closing prayer, please. as we close and wrap up today's event. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, sir. Inductees, we are in prayers, please. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. We thank Almighty God for seeing us through all this program and to the end. And we pray that Almighty Allah takes us to our various destinations safely. Amen. Thank you.
Okay, for the launch, the president will lead management and council members and all other fellows to follow. Information: Lagos State branch have been asked to wait behind for group photograph. Lagos State branch to wait behind for group photograph. Same goes for Edo and River State branches. Thank you. Anambra to also take group photograph after the event.
I'm not joking. If you ask
Please, in returning your plaque, let it be done in an orderly manner. We are nobles and we are not known to be rowdy. Please, in returning your plaques, let it be done in an orderly manner.
Music shows me, just know this and know this. Another lonely, there's to know this. I'm not lonely, says it just going slowly. Now the love for I get, now you make me believer. I be get so bad, I be sinner. Lucky, all of them done the notice. I'm not joking. Oh my gosh, done the know you. So since I've been writing the story. All of the blood trees, so you don't leave the world. Just a little slowly. Now the cover I get my life to believe that. I become so boy, I be sinner. We say go to the big bar. Tell them I'm not a new shit. I am small now. Shit. I let him get
Reminded of the party for 6 p.m. today. Please make it a date as it promises to be an exciting one. Thank you.